Other people are getting mad about the view counter issue too, so I'm glad it's not just me. What is up, guys? It is Friday. It is Friday. Usually I say, thank goodness it's Friday, but I'm retired, so every day is a Friday. But I am not enjoying the month of October at all yet. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Got lots of bits and pieces going on. I'm Jahlon. This is the Paradox Gaming Network, and we are going to be talking a lot of stuff today. A lot of stuff about Jahlon today. Big thing is we have the Ashes of Creation live stream review. If you guys missed that this week, there is my live stream review. Lots of you are here. That's good. I see a lot of people dropping the points into the birthday box. Remember, I did just turn 41, but because I can't math, I also can't dance. Phil Collins, I can't dance. I extended the birthday box, and I'm gonna keep extending this one until we make it. In the future, I won't keep extending them, but I went back over my scratch pad. I realized what I did, and then I have to accommodate for the changes in viewership. I guess once we once we start getting Alpha 1, we can move forward with that. You can dance if you want to. You can, and believe it or not, you can't dance only remains part of your vocabulary until you start drinking shot after shot of gratuitous tequila. I can't dance isn't in the vocabulary of somebody who drinks a lot of tequila, because of course, yes, you can dance. What happens with vodka too? Already getting follows. I like that. I do want to start to show off, guys. You guys know that in the month of September and the month of October, I've been doing charity work. So to start today, Operation Supply Drop today. If you guys want to know more, you can hit. Apparently that button doesn't work today. That button doesn't want to work. That's okay. This button should. Yes, that one does. I will be doing a dollar for dollar matching up to $100 today. So any donations we get today, so in the next 12 hours, because it's noon, I will match those tomorrow. So, I mean, unless we max out at 100, then I'll do it during the show. With that said, big news. The live stream was on Wednesday, and it wasn't the news people were waiting for. But if you watched my recap video, right at the beginning of my recap video, I put in there, Steven said they are still committed to the Alpha 1 this fall. They are committed to the Alpha 1 this fall. How many people were watching the live stream? I don't know. I didn't actually take a count. It was like in the 6,000 to 8,000 range watched Intrepid, but Asmongold watched it live, so there was like another 40,000. Oh, look at that. Oh, grumpy old man. Grumpy old man wants to just do the full $100. So I will, just because I said, and I always put my money where my mouth is. You just did 100. I was kind of hoping that it would go like through the show and like we get a couple of bits and pieces, but you know, thank you for that. Let me do this and it should go through. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta make sure. Yeah, I gotta make sure I get the right PayPal. So, that would be disastrous if I did it with the wrong PayPal. So there we go, guys. Just like that, we've raised $200 for charity. So I am hoping that a couple more people today might be willing to donate. But I did say I would do dollar for dollar for the first $100. The charity is this month's charity is Operation Supply Drop. It's for the men and women of the United States military who are deployed or geographically separated from their loved ones. Morale and goodie boxes and goodie bags and stuff getting delivered to those guys downrange has been at an all-time low for the last like 7 months due to COVID. VFW halls usually do a lot of like retired people. Like I swing up to the VFW hall and we pack goodie boxes. We buy them books, novels. I mean, we don't necessarily always buy them books or novels. Sometimes we get like places to do donations of books, DVDs, CDs. The more donations and stuff we get, the more we can send down range to those guys, because you end up going down range with 6 bags and very little room in your bags for fun stuff. There we go. Appreciate that. We end up sending those guys like board games. So yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Not like most men and women in the military won't complain, and they're not complaining. They just mentioned it. Like one group of guys didn't even like there wasn't even a deck of cards for them. I mean, lot going on in the world. So I got somebody reached out to me and told me about that. And then in of course in November I will be doing Extra Life for Kids. And I did find out that Extra Life runs all year. You guys, I usually donate to Extra Life, but I never thought I was going to do Extra Life. One of my officers and a Paradox Gaming Network member, his name is Frostpaw. He streams and he does Extra Life for Kids. So next year I'm going to be getting set up with Extra Life for Kids throughout the year. I'm not going to do it every quarter, but I'm going to start doing quarterly charity. I figure if I've got the time to talk into a mic and look into a camera, then I can definitely take a couple of minutes out of every stream to try to do charity work. So next month in December will be Extra Life for Kids. And then if you guys have a charity, talk to me offline. Maybe we can support that charity. I probably will end up doing Shriners burn unit for kids. I did work with them. And then 65 Roses, which is the cystic fibrosis. Oh, look at you guys. Guys, a hype train. I'm so hyped. I'm hyped for the hype train because I am the conductor of this hype train. We are conducting a hype train right now. This is not a drill. Choo-choo. Get your tickets out. Get on the hype train. I'm a fan of hats, especially stupid hats. So I will say I'm a big fan. So we're already on a hype train. I did get my hat, guys. There we go. We got more money. We got more donations. I love it, guys. I love it. So yeah, if you guys like to make me wear stupid, funny hats whenever we're on a hype train, I got to get the whistle. I got to get a little train. I'm going to try to set up a train thing that drives across the screen while we're on a hype train. But yeah, big props to you guys. Big props. Grumpy Old Man, our big donator, says they need all the support they can get. They won't ask for it, but we still need to give it. Yeah, that's a big thing. Remember, and then I'll get off the military thing. I know it makes some people uncomfortable. I will say this, the men and women of the military, they don't decide where they want to go. They enlist in the military, a lot of them looking to make a better life for themselves, and then they get told you're going to some third world shithole. So what'd you walk into? You walked into a hype train, baby. I'm the conductor of the hype train. So there we go. For my boys, my brother's a corpsman and my brother served in the 173rd Airborne. Thank you for your service. Hope this helps. Man, I appreciate that. And so do the guys and the men and women. They appreciate that. I appreciate that. You guys are just crushing it today. You guys are crushing it. It means a lot to me. Let's start off. It's the start of the month, guys. Why? Oh, look at that. Gifting a tier 1 sub. Satan Donkey. Satan Donkey. The best donkey since Shrek. Satan Donkey is like my donkey. I'm Shrek. Actually, I'm not Shrek. Amist is Shrek. But for the analogy, I'm Shrek and Satan Donkey is Donkey. Smartest character in the show. How do you think the arena system will work? Like instance-based? Yes, it's instanced. The arenas are instanced. However, from the live stream, we found out that group dueling is a thing. Party dueling is a thing. That's kind of cool. That's kind of thing. Did you just call a mist an ogre? I don't think she'll like that. Yeah, she will. She'll like it. Just ping her. Tell her that Jahlon just called her Shrek. She'll like it. But yeah, the arena system is going to be instanced. And 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, and 20-man free-for-alls. So it's going to be an opportunity for you to learn who you can and who you cannot beat during open world combat. So I am pretty stoked for the arena system. No, there was not an Alpha 1 date. However, I personally believe that Steven is holding the Alpha 1 date for the creative director's letter, which should be due out today, actually. He said Thursday or Friday, but I do want to talk about why I'm not busting his chops too much about the CD letter being late. And number one, he gave a reason, not an excuse. He did say it. Earlier in the week. Now, granted, I prompted him, I poked and prodded him to get the answer, but he did say that it was going to be late due to the testing. They've done 3 testing sessions with the leaders of men, which is a really good sign. Nice hat. Yep, this is the conductor's hat. Whenever we are on a hype train, this is the hat I have to wear. It was pretty nice too. Also, Amazon was nice enough to I got $10 off for it. So, all I had to do was my first time reloading my own personal gift card. They gave me 10 extra bucks. I was like, I'll do that. So, I wonder how you will find people to fight. How do I put this into words? Like, do you sign up and get teleported to that city when you find a match? No, you don't get teleported. You have to go to the arena. Now, all the arenas in all the different cities, I believe, are linked. But you can't queue for arena out in the wilderness and then move to the city automatically. You have to go to the cities that have built an arena if you want to fight in the arena. So a military node is going to have to dedicate a constructibles building. Hype train over. My hype train is stuck. Oh, you missed the train. We didn't fill our level 1 hype train, but that's okay. That's okay. We have filled. That is the first hype train in a long time. We haven't filled up, but that's okay. It was early in the show. It was early. Do you get ported to the arena fight happens in, or do you get ported back to where you were? You will get ported. You won't get ported anywhere. You will be at a building. You will queue for your arena. You will go into your arena. They will go into their arena. You will get matched in the instance, and then when your fight is over, you will get kicked out to your arena. They will get kicked out to their arena. It's pretty standard the way you do arena matchmaking in most games. Most games, return you to where you started when the question is, you get returned to the location you were when you went in and came out. So I'm pretty certain that that's the way it's going to work. You will have to be in the city where the arena is. You'll have to go into the arena to queue. You'll have to stay near the arena if you want to get your match. When your match is over, you can walk off. Confirmed leaders of men testing is good, like hearing that hurdles leaders that leading to Alpha 1 are being cleared. Yes, exactly. I just hope we could see the arenas in the open world, or at least spectate. You'll be able to spectate. I imagine you won't be able to see the arena fights in the open world. I imagine what you'll have to do is go to the arena and then queue into the instance as a spectator. Since the arena is instanced, the fight is instanced, you'll have to just join the instance as a spectator. Getting Shadowland refunded, free cosmetics in October. I did want to give a shout out to Blizzard, and I know you guys are going to be like, why are you giving a shout out to that company? I want to give a shout out to Blizzard because they listened. You can't simultaneously be mad that Shadowlands is delayed if at the same time you were telling them they need to delay because there's issues. So, yeah, absolutely the right call for them to delay Shadowlands. And I haven't played it. I haven't played it because I don't play WoW. If people really wanted me to go back to WoW, I'd have to buy Battle for Azeroth, I think. So I know I wanted to refund anyway, so that gave me a reason. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted a refund, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. I mean, plus the fact that nothing says that when you want to play it, you can't just buy it later. Let's see. Alpha 1 question. Are you stating fact or opinion that Alpha will be short 1 or 2 days? First of all, I've never said Alpha will be short. What I've said is that the initial testing sessions will be 1 or 2 days at a time. And that's fact because that comes from Steven. The initial Alpha 1 testing sessions are going to be limited. As Alpha 1 grows, it will grow to probably near persistent until Alpha 2, and then that's when we will get totally persistent testing. Now, I'm not saying that it's not possible that Alpha 1 will have a long running stretch of persistent testing. It probably will. I just don't have a quote from Steven that says that. But very, very rarely do you start with just open long-term testing sessions. Like if you want to follow Fractured is another game that I content create for. Their testing sessions were here, and then the last one was 30 days. So that's how you grow into your standard, what I'm going to refer to as a Western alpha. And the reason why I'm going to refer to that as a Western alpha, because in the East, they do alphas, but Westerners usually aren't invited to those testing sessions. What we usually get called our alpha is when like ArcAge came to North America, the game was already done. It wasn't really in alpha testing, it was in localization. So there's a difference between a true alpha and a localization alpha. Are sieges always against the parent node of a vassal chain? No, because other than the Metropolis and the stage 3 node, well, I guess stage 3 because you can't siege a 2. Other than the Metropolis and the stage 3, every other node in the system, including a stage 3, are parents and vassals at the same time. A stage 3 node is a parent to stage 2 vassals, and it's the child of a stage 4. A 4 is a parent of 3s and a child of a 5. So every node is both a parent and a vassal in the chain, except the top, except the Metropolis. It can only be a parent. In my opinion, what do you think the most complex system Ashes is trying to make? The most complex system. The node system. Simply because they have not only the node system, but they have 4 sub-node types, all with different elections, all with different unique buildings. There's so much on the node system that on Ashes 101, Ashes 101 is up to like 38,000 words now, and I've probably written 18 or 19,000 words on just the node system. It's probably the biggest piece. Is that like a special building that would need to be built by the mayor? Yes. The arena is, let me confirm. Let me confirm with my colleagues. I do believe the most up to date is that the arena is one of the buildings. Actually, no. Lex doesn't have a quote that says that that's one of the arena mayoral buildings. Maybe the update was, you know, maybe the arenas are only in the military nodes. So I need to, let me make a note. Where are the arenas? This is the wrong pen. Where are the arenas? I know they're in military nodes. I'm just making a note for myself here. Military nodes. Mayor must instruct. And then question mark, or is it automatically in every military node? I will look that up. We'll try to get an answer to that. Arenas are only in the military nodes. I thought so, but I need to do some research on that. And then, of course, when I do the research on that, I'll buff up the Ashes 101 page so it's there. Let's see. Board of Gaming. I need another MMO. Definitely can understand your pain. There's not a lot in the MMO world right now. There's definitely not. If there was something in the MMO world, I'd be playing that and answering these questions at the same time. Although that would get weird because then it would be hard to be in the Ashes of Creation channel. But yeah, we're in a drought, man. We are in a drought. How long do you think the alpha beta will last? A year, maybe? Oh, definitely a year. Alpha 1 will definitely be a year. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 combined will definitely be a year. The betas will go quick. Once they get into beta, launch is right around the corner because they're not doing elongated betas. That's not good for your game. By the time you get into beta, you're testing, you're doing your final bug checks, you're testing deployment. Every beta is a dress rehearsal for deployment. I don't see them going to have really long. You think the alphas will be that long? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The alpha, I mean, the game is clearly not here's how you know, here's how you'll know when the game is getting close. Look at this video that was on the screen this week, the mounts video. Look at their faces. When the faces are no longer Meiji McButterface, you're getting close. But until the faces aren't Meiji McButterfaces, then you're still a long way off. You're still a very, very, very long way off because that means their character creator isn't ready to go. Now there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff they need to show off. The Vec, the Renkai, the elves, you know, they need to start showing off. They need to start showing off some stuff. But they had a lot. I know a lot of people weren't happy with the live stream on Wednesday, and I always try to say to people, what would have made you happy? What would have made you happy? Because I was happy with the live stream on Wednesday. And if I'm happy, if I'm happy, then you should be happy. A release date? I mean, yeah, but a release date is an unrealistic expectation. I think they need a link to the arena system or everyone go to one city to do arena. Yeah, the arenas are going to be linked together. So, let's see. Can a node in the northwest part of the map declare siege on a node in the southeast part of the map? Or does it have to be closed? Okay, good question. First, we need to break some bad definitions in your head. First definition you have in your head is that a node declares a siege on another node, and this is not how that works. There is no node versus node siege system. If you want to siege a node, you can go anywhere on this map except anywhere on this map except outside of your vassal chain, because you can't declare, you as a citizen cannot declare on your hierarchy, but you can go anywhere else on the map and you can drop a siege flag. It's not a node sponsored thing. Now, what you have is node versus node wars, where one mayor puts his node in a state of in a state of conflict with another node. So you can't declare a war state on your vassal chain, but you can, to what we understand, you can declare a war state on any other node. I'm not sure how much you can prepare or script such a stream, but honestly, the marketing head seemed unprepared and tried to wing the stream, in my opinion. I don't think she was unprepared. I think, and this, I mean, you guys know that I'll call people out. I will call people out when they're, if I thought she was unprepared, I'd call her out and say I thought she was unprepared. Here's what I think happened, and this happens to even the most accomplished streamers. You noticed that the stream started late. The stream started late. It did. It seemed hectic. They had a problem. They had a technical difficulty. I will say this. Margaret said that this stream would be the first time they were using a new piece of technology. I don't know what it is. In order for them to, or a new piece of tech. I don't know if it was hardware or software. I don't know what it was. But she said last month she was going to change some things in order to improve the quality of the webcams from Steven and Jeff dialing in. Keep in mind that you can do a function check 15,000 times. And then on the 15,001st time, that when it's to go for real, it breaks. That's why they started late. And remember, once you start late and you, like, everybody gets anxiety and nervousness and your body starts producing cortisol and it messes with your brain function. So I don't think she was unprepared. I think she was flustered. I definitely think she was flustered. So, you know, and I'm okay with her being flustered. Shit happens. I think that if you rewatch the whole live stream, I think when the video played, that gave her a chance to, like, regroup and, like, take a breath, get a drink. I think she handled the back half on her level. So no, I don't think she was unprepared. Tired, definitely, but that's what happened. They tested late on Tuesday and then they went right into Wednesday. If you're a game developer and you're not tired during testing sprints, you're doing something wrong. And some people believe that the marketing lead isn't a developer. Every member of the staff is a developer. As they get further on down the line, Margaret will stop hands-on testing and developing, and she will move more to the marketing piece of things. But right now, she's just every bit as involved as everybody else. Yeah, we're talking about Margaret, the Margaret Crone, the community marketing lead. So she definitely was flustered at the beginning of the video, but I don't knock her for that. If you see the videos here on the screen right now, you can see the webcam quality from March, and then look at the video. I think whatever she did, I think that worked. We still need to get Steven to close his blinds and maybe get a key light or something. I think Steven would make a great streamer. I'd love to see Steven doing more streaming during Alpha 1. Wait, no, I wouldn't, because if he's streaming during Alpha 1 while I'm streaming, he's going to take away viewers. But I do cardio, so I'm way sexier. Let's see. I know that Ashes is going to have a weather system, but do you think the weather will affect gameplay, or is it just going to be an immersion thing? Like, for instance, if you're in a desert area wearing plate, your armor would be slower than, say, wearing cloth. I don't think it's going to affect things like that, only because then you're trying to go a little bit too much into the survival aspects. I definitely think that there are going to be pros and cons for wearing armor. I move speed is definitely going to be one of them. But I would love to see the survival aspects in Ashes of Creation. I would love to see that. However, I think it's like you need like $500 million to develop a really good MMO out of the box, you know? He has a character. Have you seen his chill sessions on Bustin's stream? Yeah, I have. What do you think the gold sparkling thing in the water was? I think that was indication of a fishing point. I think it was a gathering point of some sort. I did want to say thank you to Max Payne for giving out a tier 1 sub. Trying my best to make sure I acknowledge all you guys when you do that. That means a lot to me. I will say, guys, since I like to be as transparent as I can with the company finances, I did pay off a loan to myself today. So I need to clean my desk. $664 is back in my pocket. So some of that will go to giveaways. So I have this giveaway envelope, and the stuff in here is already paid for. And now I'm back to the point where I have a little bit of money. I have a little bit of money piled up. So I can do some other giveaways. Unfortunately, I can't directly give you Ashes of Creation stuff because there's no gifting, but I can give you gift cards, and then you use the gift card to offset your own bills, and then you have your own money to buy your stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to let you guys know my brain is kind of mush right now. If you guys didn't see my tweet, October started off as the suck. I threw out my back yesterday. I went to the chiropractor yesterday and today. She got my back. I can move. I can't really go this way. I can kind of go this way. I can use my hands, which is good. I went to the dentist yesterday, and I need to have a root canal. The tooth's already dead. They did the X-ray. They did all the checks. I can't really do a lot of stretching. I'll do some crossover arm stuff. I can't. My back is pretty sore. I just got manipulated. I went to the dentist. The tooth's already dead. Unfortunately, they can't save the tooth. I mean, they can't save the nerve. I gotta have a root canal on. I gotta have a root canal on the 13th. The day after I get back from vacation, I have to have a root canal. Are you gonna get a gold tooth? No, I have gold teeth. Some of my crowns are gold. I'm getting a porcelain. I'm getting a porcelain for that one. Just because I'm not military anymore. Get a porcelain tooth that way. But yeah, they gotta have a root canal. Although it should be a fun morning, man. It should be a fun morning. In order for me to be able to sit in a dentist chair to get a root canal, I gotta have Valium. I can't sit in a dentist chair without Valium. Shout out to me. Shout out to the Paradox Gaming Network. The man himself brings us such insightful streams. I appreciate that. You got manipulated too. Women are cruel. That is kind of funny when you have a female chiropractor. My chiropractor is amazing. Are the seasons going to affect the mobs that spawn, how they look during different seasons, like during winter, white fur, etc.? I don't think that's going to happen because of this reason. I think it'll happen eventually down the road where they'll add more like quality of life stuff. But remember, everything that they try to do that's cool is something they have to build. They have to build the cool. So the longer it takes for them to do all those cool things, that's definitely something that starts to fall into the realm of feature creep. And I ask yourself this: would you rather have the game in 2022 and then them do some seasonal climate quality of life things? Or do you want the game in 29? Because if every cool thing, like that right there, that sparkling thing we were talking about underwater, that's the indicator light for a gathering spot. So hopefully we see another one. I'll try to call it out a little sooner, but the sparkling, that thing in the water looked just like that, so I think it's a gathering node. I think it'd be cool if the seasons affected the mobs that spawn and how they looked. But now you're talking about doing a different you're talking about having a different cosmetic variant for all 4 seasons. I think that would be a lot. of work. That Sparkle was a fishing spot. Yeah, it was a gathering spot. Although there's one on the shore and then there's one out in the water. And I don't know if the one out in the water is a fishing spot or if it's a gather. It could be a mining spot out in the water. We just have to wait and find out. Did you talk to yourself during the meeting? Okay, Jay, here's the money I owe you. Why? Thank you. Yes, actually, I do. In the meeting notes. The meeting notes do go something like, Jahlon as director directs Jahlon as the treasurer to pay this debt. Jahlon as the secretary calls the vote. Jahlon as director voting with 100% of the shares votes yes. The motion carries. Like, it's so, for tax purposes, it's so ridiculous when you're a corporation, when you're a C corporation and you hold all of the spots of leadership. You have to direct yourself to do things. It's ridiculous. All the gathering spots items sparkle. Yes, that is true. Oh, both my children are with my wife. Excellent. Separation of duties. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's also, any of my military people know how this goes. When you're acting as the commander, but you also have to direct, like, you're acting as the commander, but you're also this person, and this person needs this person's permission. You can't give yourself permission. You got to go one up in your chain of command. My boss T-boned his arm, and he had to have a bone stretcher and everything. So I was in command of the squadron while he wasn't there. I mean, he was 5 minutes away, but on a day-to-day basis, he wasn't there. The decisions came through me. Our OPSO was gone. We were waiting for a new OPSO. So I was filling in for the OPSO, thus filling in for the commander. There were times I had to call him at home and be like, I don't want to disrupt you. He's like, what do you need? I'm like, I need you to tell me I can do this because I can't tell myself I can do this. It's bizarre. Is that different for how a limited liability company works? Yes. This channel is owned by my corporation. I'm just an artist. So I'm just a performing artist on this channel. The channel is owned by the corporation. A limited liability company is pass-through income. My corporation has its own income. My corporation pays its own taxes. So in the future, some of those charity donations will come from the corporation instead of my pocket, but this one came from my pocket because you guys are amazing. Why does, like, I don't, oh, okay, that's fine. S and C corps are for tax purposes. LLC, LLPs are for legal liabilities from lawsuit. Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, we can go with that answer for most people. Yes, yes, that'll work. S corp, if I remember correctly, is still pass through income though. It's taxed as pass through income, whereas C corp is its own taxable entity. Because I did look at starting an S corp, and it wasn't its own taxable entity, and that's what I needed. Let's see. Okay, good, perfect. I learned it. I didn't learn all about it. It just didn't do. It didn't do what I needed. Let's see. What else did we learn? Oh. Hope your audit function is independent, my man. Yeah, it is. I have an accountant. Right now I don't make enough money. Like right now, the only money that the company's made is like $1,400 thus far, and it's paid off a loan in a debt. Once I start making actual serious money, then I will have an accountant just so that I have somebody else's signature on the, hey, well, he did it. I feel like Ashes is going to be the MMO until we get full dive VR MMOs. You know, I believe Ashes is going to be the next 15-year marathon. And I say that with the expectation of I will be then 56 when Ashes gets to the end of its life. If Ashes runs for 15 years, I will be 56 or 57 years old. I'll be full gray. I'll be like the Santa Claus streamer. I think Ashes can run the distance. I would love for full dive VR. I would actually love for a breakthrough in technology where we could get like data ports, like in the Matrix or in like any other like sci-fi. I'd love to be able to just have a data port and not have to use my hands. I'd love to be able to fight people. especially all these people that, they can roll their face off their keyboard. I'd love to just, have a data port where it's speed of mind, you know? I would definitely splurge on a VR MMO with the right tech. Yeah, I agree. We're at minimum 30 years from full VR MMO like they do in the animes. I don't think we're 30 years. 30 years would be like 6 tech cycles. I don't think we're 6 tech cycles from that. I've seen the VR technology that isn't available to civilians, and some of that shit's really impressive. So I don't think we're 30 years from it. 20 would 4 tech cycles. Yeah. 4 or 5 year tech cycles. I definitely agree with you. I don't think 30. I mean, if you guys remember, we've had VR since the 90s. It just sucked. I think VR is the next thing. I think VR is the next thing that the people want. I have you guys noticed the change in the world since COVID? Movies are premiering directly to people's homes now. I have said this for years and years and years and years and years. Movie theaters are an antiquated establishment for when we actually used to like being near other people. Like, movie theaters when I was a kid were wall to wall packed. Front to back, side to side, packed. Now movie theaters, you go in even on opening day, you very rarely watch a movie that's wall to wall packed. I like the idea that they send movies straight to your house that are new. I love this idea. I hate to say movie theaters should close up, but I hate to say movie theaters should close up, but I did see Elon's Neuralink pigs finally. I did finally see that. That was impressive. That was impressive. Disney Plus pay subscription and pay $30 from Milan. Yeah. Now here's the trick to that. I don't agree that it should be. I don't agree. Well, you got to look at the difference in cost and price and how they're going to make their money. Yeah, $30 for Mulan was a lot. However, keep in mind, Disney needs to recoup their money that they put into Mulan, and without the movie theater showings, they're not going to make that money back. I think it's going to change how movie theaters do their business. I like the Alamo Drafthouse model. Make the theater experience a luxury, not the AMC airline model. Yes. I agree with you. I do agree with you. I do like I like the movie theaters where you go in like 30 minutes before the movie starts. You order your food comes to your table, and you're in a movie theater. I do like that. That's a good experience. They should have done the ticket cost though. $30 is too much. The problem is that $30 isn't too much when you think about the average Disney family versus the average normal family. My family pays more than $30 to go to see a movie when it first comes out. So $30 for my family is actually cheaper than we normally spend. For us, for the 4 of us, my wife, myself, and my 2 kids to go see a movie, it's like $48. So $30 for me is a deal. I'm waiting for dreams to pop up waiting for ads to pop up in our dreams. Rough. Let's see. Somebody asked an Ash's question. Let's jump on that one. Do I like the aquatic mount feeling? Yes, I do. I wish that they would have shown more than one aquatic mount since they were on the edge of the water. It was kind of weird to me that they only showed the turtle. Like you're showcase the mounts, right? Showcase the mounts, walk them towards the water, and then when you get to the water, jump in with the one turtle. I was upset that I was confused a little bit that they didn't even know whether or not the tide breaker, not the tide snapper, the tide breaker, the otter was in the build or not. But that's not a big thing. So that you guys know, a lot of times you're working with one build, you're doing in another build. So the Otter could be done in a different build or a different place. Because remember, they've got what you're seeing right now is you're seeing their in-game buttoned up. Remember, we talked about the Frankenstein monster. For them to be able to show this, they have to take their build, they have to button it up. The Frankenstein monster has to get let off the bench and it has to be able to walk around. You can't just stop your build and put more stuff in it. You have to. I appreciate that. Subscribing at tier 2. I appreciate you. You have to take the monster, you have to lay it back on the bed, you have to tip the bed back, you have to open him back up, you have to put new stuff in, and then remember, any single time you touch the build in any single way is an opportunity for failure. It's an opportunity for a defect. It's an opportunity for a bug. So sometimes you're going to be on that testing ground that they have that white board, like the Matrix, the loading platform. And so they might have played with the tiebreaker on the loading platform. They just haven't put him in the build yet. I really like the different buffs with the different beds last live stream. Any other furniture with buffs confirmed? I think Steven was kidding about most of those buffs. Because there's no children and there are no orphanages. There are no children and there are no orphanages. He keeps doing it and he needs to stop because people are like, oh, Ashes is the game that I can have children. No, it's not. That was Chronicles of Valeria. So I don't think there are any legit buffs from the, there are beds, there are buffs with the beds, but they're rested XP. I don't think any of that other stuff is real. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for another thing. Oh, if you guys didn't see, hold on. I need to. I was a bad man yesterday. I was a bad man. And I didn't save it. I only posted it in the Discord. Let me grab it. Just so you guys know, I mess with Steven all the time. He messes with me. We mess with each other. It's all friendly. Like I said, if Steven called me up right now and said, in January, when I bring my studio back in person, I need you to come out and run a lean logistics, just do it, process improvement event for me. I would do it for cost. I would go out, and as long as Steven pays my per diem, my hotel room and my food, I will go out and he gives me somewhere to stream in the studio on my normal stream times. I would go out and do a just do it event, a process improvement event for free for him. But Intrepid Studios, a front for child trafficking. Creative director on the upcoming MMORPG was missing from the Discord early Thursday morning. Federal authorities are investigating for rumored child trafficking. He's always going on and on about orphanages in his upcoming MMORPG, said one employee who asked not to be named. It was sort of weird. And when we dove into the code, we found some really weird offshore Russian banking activities. If you see this man, do not attempt to apprehend. Notify local authorities. He doesn't do cardio, so he won't be able to run very far. I'm a bad person. So, question. I know Steven is funding this project pretty much by himself, but have they ever stated how much has been made other than the Kickstarter, like cosmetic sales? Curious how much Ashes has already earned. Let me tell you this. I did some really rough math based on some numbers Steven gave me. This is why, so if you guys ever wonder why Steven doesn't give out like any numbers anymore, it's because he knows that I can take the smallest amounts of data and I can extrapolate truths. So back in October of 2018, I was able to extrapolate that they'd made at least $12 million, including Kickstarter. And I did that based on the number of backers they had, the number of people with Alpha 1 through Beta 2 access on a peanut butter spread. I came to the conclusion they've made at least $12 million as of October 2018. So that was 2 years ago. No, they don't tell us how many packs and stuff they sell. And the truth is, some people want to know that information, but let's be honest, that's really none of our business. That's Intrepid's personal personal financing. Well, not personal financing, but corporate financing. I think a company like Robert Space Industries that makes 6 figures a day in crowdfunding based on the fact that they're selling pay-to-win chips. They're selling an actual tangible item that gives you an advantage. I think them saying how much they're raising is great, and I think that them showing how much they're spending is great because the majority share of RSI is crowdfunding. I don't believe the majority share of Intrepid is crowdfunding yet. I don't believe they've made equal share to what Steven is putting in. With that said, Robert Space Industries is the people that are making Star Citizen. If Steven was doing his crowdfunding the way RSI was doing, then yes, I appreciate that. Kzos 1024. If they were doing crowdfunding at the level that RSI was doing, then yes, I would say that they owe us a yearly breakdown because the majority of the money is ours. Like if I can tell you guys, if I can turn around and say, I was able to pull $600 out of my corporation so that I have money for giveaways in the upcoming months, then I think I owe you guys that because all of the money we generate is yours. Some of it's donations, bits, tips. Some of it's advertising revenue on YouTube. Some of it is when you guys make purchases through like Amazon. Some stuff generates money for free. Other stuff is your guys' money. Like one of the ways I tell all the content creators is generate ways to make money for your community that doesn't involve money coming out of your community's pocket. That's why I have an Amazon blacksmith, because Amazon, if you click into my channel, then go make a purchase at Amazon, I get money from that. Well, then that money goes into the gift card pool. So, and then I'm going to be giving away straight gift cards when I get back from Universal. I think the way I have it mapped out is, that starting the week of the 19th, the 4 shows the week of the 19th all have giveaways in them. And I have to reline out the numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's the 19th and the 26th. Both shows, all 4 shows, both those weeks all have giveaways. Do you think weapon variety is important in MMOs? Ashes is looking like having a lot of different sets. I think weapon variety is incredibly important in MMOs when you do it so the weapons have different abilities. I hate when it doesn't matter what I equip, my club, my great club, my staff, my scepter, or my wand, all are basically stat sticks and they don't do anything. I love the Ashes of Creation weapon system. I love the fact that I can be a healer with any weapon. I can be a healer with a great sword. I can be a mage with a great sword. I love this fact. I love the fact that different weapons are going to have different passives, different procs, and different abilities. And so you're really not just talking a 64 class system. And I don't want to overemphasize the value of weapons, but you're not talking. Oh, that's not a good program to accidentally load. Because you're a resource pig. Go away, pig. You're not just talking about a 64 class system. You're really talking about a 960 class system. Because every class can use all 15 weapons. Now, I do want to preface that with not every class is going to be proficient with all 15 weapons. Sure, you as a player can be proficient with the weapon, but if I'm a cleric, I'm looking for stats like healing crit rate, whatever they're going to call the Healy stat. I'm going to call spirit, but it's not. I'm waiting for the final shakedown on stats. Those are the stats I'm looking for. I'm not looking for magic attack damage. I'm not looking for melee crit damage. So there are ways to get the exact stats you want on the weapons you want, but it's going to go, it's going to be important to find the right crafter that can make the right weapon with the right staffs. Weapon proficiency versus effectiveness. Exactly. I can be proficient at using a crossbow because there's a skill set in using it in game, but that doesn't necessarily mean a crossbow is the best ranged weapon for a cleric. I know Ashes is high fantasy, but will there be guns for, say, a ranger? There is not going to be black powder. There is no black powder. Now we do have my famous noob tube, and I love the noob tube. I love the potion launcher, but I don't think that's gonna make the. I don't think that's gonna make the final cut. They've kind of said the potion launcher may not make the MMO because problems. Dual wielding staves sounds kind of funky. Yeah, I agree. The good news is you can't dual wield a two-handed weapon. Two-handed weapons require, in fact, two hands. Gandalf did not dual wield staves. Gandalf used a regular longsword one-handed and his staff with the other. So yes, he was one-handing his staff, but he wasn't dual wielding staves. It was still kind of weird the way kind of weird. Saruman dual wielded staves for the one scene. But yeah, he didn't dual wield staves. Gandalf had to use the staff as a focus to cast with. True. Well, yes. Did you also notice that in Harry Potter, they always need their wands except when they don't? So bizarre. There's a couple of scenes where they don't have their wand. So I like to Harry Potter it up in Apocalypse with the wand, man. The wand was amazing. I loved it. To be fair, he was also a fallen god. In the book, explains that you can memorize the spells. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I would love a mage system and a cleric system that required you to memorize your spells. I would love for you to have to memorize your loadout, and then, I mean, every 6 hours you can change your loadout. I don't know how we would do that, but I would love to be able to have a system where you have to memorize your spell loadout. The wand was not, Mayhem. The wand is responsible for some of my greatest accomplishments with not against you and a rising sun, but a lot of people. I crushed with the wand. I love the wand. I love the scepter. The scepter was amazing too. Will warriors or berserkers be able to dual wield two-handed greatswords? No. That is pretty much, like, keep in mind, everything is always subject to change. Like, one person was arguing with me yesterday, and I don't mind if you want to argue with me, but are there scythes in Ashes of Creation? Yes. Are they weapons? No. They're in his gathering tools. Steven in 2017 said scythes would be in the game. He didn't say his weapons. So people take quotes. Remember, I talk about find all of the facts. Find all of the facts, not just the facts that support your position. Two-handed. I gotta look. Man, I'm telling you, my brain is not. A character may equip up to two-hand weapons and also ranged on their back. I don't have the quote in front of me that says you can't one-hand a two-handed weapon. I wonder how the gameplay is going to be in the new Harry Potter game. Yeah. I don't have time for more games. Scythe is a great weapon if you're trying to hold back against your enemy. Scythe is a good weapon if you're fighting one-on-one against a non-armored opponent. But against a skilled swordsman, a standard scythe is a pretty useless weapon. Would allocating skill points function as memorizing spells for the wizard archetype? In a game that I would design, and if I was going to design a game, I would start off with rogues and mages being enemies. I would start the entire premise of a fantasy game where rogues and mages don't want to be in the same party together. Just because I would put their two castes at war. But yeah, I would do a lot of things. If I had like $500 million, I'll tell you guys right now, if I ever win the big lotto and I win like $700 million, I'm building my own MMO. I'm pulling a Steven. Thoughts on the new studio Dreamhaven that the ex-president for WoW has started. So the president of Dreamhaven, I don't think he's going to be very successful because he's got like a chip on his shoulder. He's got an ego and he's got like a hard on for Activision Blizzard. The best way to win a race, is to not look left and not look right and run your best time. I know we're talking back to when dinosaurs roamed the earth, but I always used to laugh when you would when you would run against somebody against a specific distance. And you knew you were faster than them on the long distance, but they start running, like you're going to run a mile, and they start running as fast as they can right up at the beginning of the race. And you know for a fact you can beat their time. But because they take off fast, you take off fast offside your pace. And then you end up losing, not to the person, you lose to yourself because you went off your pace. I am in the 1.5 mile run that we had to do in the military, I like to leg out my first half mile. I like to run about a 3:20 half mile when I was still not fat and in shape. I was still active duty. I like to leg out about a 3:20 first half mile. Then I like to lollygag my second half mile, like not like walk or anything, but I like to dial it down. So I have a very specific 3:20, 3:30 song on my iPod. I know, an iPod, right? A 3:20, 3:30 song on my iPod. And as long as I finished my first half mile before that song ended, I would just run my second half mile on my 4-minute song. And then the last lap, I'm re-energized. I'm going to knock out the last one in about 3:20, 3:30. I'm not interested about all the people who pass me. And all the people I pass shouldn't be worried about me. I know what my time needs to be. So the Dreamhaven guy, he said, I mean, why is he throwing shade at other studios? You've accomplished exactly dick, but you come across as a dick. Don't talk about the other studios. Just ignore them. Like, who cares what the other studios are doing? And what I'm talking about is, let me grab the quote. And here's Dreamhaven's website. Where's the quote? I gotta find the specific quote. Hold on, I need to find it. I don't have it directly at my fingertips. But he said something that I was just like, why would you say that? Do they have Secret Door in Moonshot Games? Yeah, I don't know where the particular quote I'm looking for. He says something like really weird. Like really weird. And I was like, why are you comparing yourself to them? Just do what you're doing. The president and the first lady isolated after testing positive for COVID-19. Yes, I saw that. It's kind of amazing that you're now being affected by the imaginary China virus. I heard the devs talking about mount stat bonuses, HP, armor, combat buffs. Does that mean there will be a mounted combat? If not, how will those bonuses have an effect? So your mount has hit points, your mount has armor, your mount has damage reduction. I think Steven, and again, I gotta get a clarification from him. I think Steven may have crossed into the pet stats while he was talking about the mount stats. So I think he may have accidentally walked over a little bit, and that's okay because he's got a lot of things going on in his head. But he needs to be careful that he doesn't do that. So I think he accidentally crossed over into battle pets because yeah, there is no mounted combat. Your mount can die, yes, but your mount, unless it's a legendary mount, comes back. It can't die permanently. But if you're running away from me and I snipe your horse in the head with a crossbow and I kill it, you'll demount. Yes. But we did see on the side, I'm telling you, man, I sent in a ticket to Elgato to ask what's going on with this brand new stream deck, and they didn't respond to me. I'm gonna re-elevate that ticket and be like, guys, either tell me why it doesn't work all the time or give me a refund. So. Oh, well, that's why. What the hell? That would be why. Okay. Okay, now we got that fixed again. So yeah, I think the mount video stuff was really, really good. Once, unfortunately, I don't have a fast forward, so sometimes I gotta just let the video play to get to the point that I'm talking about. But with that said, I wanted to remind you guys, you could start streaming on Zoom. Yeah. I want to remind you guys, I'm here till 4 Central, 5 Eastern today, and then I will be back on Twitch tonight. Today I'm on the Golden Feather again. This is the original show I was supposed to appear on. I showed up with them the last time to have a good time, you know, because they had a cancellation. But yeah, tonight at 7 Eastern, the Golden Feather is on, and they just got a shout out from Intrepid for being one of the podcasts, so that's kind of cool. I don't know if this went through the first time, but did the devs mention in the stream that high-level players can give low-level players quests? Any thought on how that will play out? Yeah, they talked about the mentoring system, and I didn't cover the mentoring system in my recap video. The reason why I didn't cover the mentoring system is what I said about the live stream is that I think the Q&A is good when it gives you an answer to your question, but it leads to more questions. The question I asked, Steven, got answered, but not clarified. The problem right now is I don't know enough about what they're trying to say with that mentoring system. And I don't want to talk it and be misleading inadvertently. So the mentoring system, I've put a pin in and it's on the board. We need more information on that one. I think we need more information before we can even talk about it. And so my personal responsibility is that ask questions or try to get stuff answered from Steven, but we're not going to hypothesize because there's so many good mentoring systems and then there's so many bad mentoring systems. The gist of it is it's not going to be like City of Heroes where you're level 1 and I'm level 50 and you sidekick up to me. It's going to be I, as the level 50, create content I can do with you is how I interpreted it. I can create content that I can do with you, not the system works where you can do content with me. If the positioning of that makes sense. So yeah, we did get a lot of stuff. We did get a lot of stuff though, guys. I did want to talk about more of that stuff, but of course your questions always take precedence. I did like the way Steven answered the Q&A question about what's to stop friends from killing friends to avoid the corruption penalty, and he said nothing, and that's by design. I'm still, there's still a lot of corruption rules we don't know about. If you're corrupted can you be rezzed by somebody who's not corrupted? And the reason why I say that is, remember, corrupted people are monsters as far as the game AI is concerned. So I'm actually wondering if you can heal them or if you can res them. If you can't outside heal the corrupted, then that's going to take a lot of people's concern about the system away. So we go out and we're in a group and we're looking for people to kill, and then we find you, but you are you refuse to flag and we accidentally kill you, and now I go corrupted. My healer can't heal me because I'm corrupted, and the system recognizes me as a mob and not as a player character. So there's a lot in that question we're looking for. So the ramifications of that one is you get a bunch of corruption, and then you try to go to a secret squirrel hideaway place to get your corruption purged by getting killed by your buddy. The buddy kills you, but they can't res you because unfortunately you still have corruption. So now you have to res to a random respawn point, and now you're out in the open. Now you're exposed. So yeah, that's something more that we need to know. If you can't get rezzed by your friends, if you're corrupted, that's going to be a game changer. Hold on, guys, I want to send a real quick tweet out. You know, I want to give you guys some props in the tweet. What the hell is going on there? So, you guys are amazing. Twitter's also funny. You pop into Twitter sometimes and you're like, what am I looking at? In Lineage 2, players could res and heal, but would have to flag to do so. Yeah. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to take the Lineage 2 system and they're trying to expand on it. So when you're corrupted, I think Steven actually wants to make it so that when you're corrupted, you have no allies. You've gone corrupted. You're not that you're a combatant. You've gone corrupted. You've gone evil. So I don't know if a purple can heal a red. And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to find out. I hope they can't. I hope that once you've decided to go corrupted, that's it. You are on your own. You are absolutely on your own. I also hope that if a corrupted kills a corrupted, it transfers their corrupted, just so you got the corrupted killing each other, just for the lulz. So. Can corrupted heal other corrupted? Yeah, I think that would be a great design. The only way that you can have a healer if you're corrupted is if you have a corrupted healer that's willing to heal you. And then I think there's going to be changes to the corruption system, because the Lineage 2 system worked really well for 2003. I don't think the Lineage 2 system works exactly well for the new generation of MMOers. 2020. They would never institute corrupted nodes because the whole world would then be hammering down on you. Remember, the lore for corruption is you're trying to take the world back from corruption. There is still corruption in the world, and you need to make sure that a second calamity doesn't happen. Remember, we lost our homeworld for thousands of years. We had to go hang out in Sanctus for thousands of years. Now, and I know some people are mad, the magic pen, right? The magic storyteller pen, people are upset about it and they just need to get over it. I would much rather have a story that makes sense. I mean, the corrupted story the Talnar's story makes sense. It just doesn't make sense that the Underrealm isn't already populated with cities. So we're probably missing a piece of lore. But I think sometimes people take immersion in MMORPGs to the same level that they want to take tabletop MMORPGs. The reason why tabletop RPGs are easy for the GM is because I control the whole world, and you can't go anywhere in the world without my approval and without me creating the world. So over there on that shelf, I have most of the Rifts collection, and then I don't have most of the City by Night books for the Vampire collection. I didn't need them. I lived in Chicago, so every time we did tabletop Vampire or Changeling or anything, we always did Chicago. But I have the Chicago by Night book. But if you're in Chicago and you suddenly tell me that your background story leads you to wanting to go to New York, I don't own the New York by Night book. But even I don't care if you do, I don't want to read it. Your New York is going to be my New York. The New York you travel to in my canon is going to be my New York. So, that's why it's easy. When you make an MMORPG, you're making essentially 10,000 tabletop games, each with one player. Corruption affects all creatures in Vera. Reason for the mutations. Okay, so the Talnar, originally I thought the Talnar were corrupted. They were a blending of inbreeding with the major, the minor races, animals, and corruption. Turns out that when Steven said corruption is responsible for the Talnar, he was referring to the overarching idea and mindset that the corruption is what drove the parent races. All right, real quick story time. We got to do story time. I think some people don't know the lore. So what happened is Vera was going along just fine for thousands of years. And then the calamity happened and corruption started spreading. And we don't know how, and we don't know why, and we don't know what its source. All we know is that Vera is the world that the 7 remaining gods created, and the races are not the first. We are actually the second attempt at the gods creating a species. And instead of making us perfect, they made us flawed, which is why we're all so different from each other. Then as the calamity happened, not even the gods could stop it. They couldn't stop the corruption. So they opened up the 4 divine gates, which is where Apocalypse, the Battle Royale, comes from. In the Battle Royale, you are one of the people that made it to the divine gate. And then you, just as the corruption was closing in on your divine gate, you stepped through the gate. You were almost there. But before your transportation to Sanctus could be complete, corruption hits the divine gate. To protect itself, the divine gate in Sanctus snaps closed. You get slingshotted back to Vera, and you end up on a griffin, a pocket griffin, and that's it. The opportunity to get to Sanctus is gone. So the storyline is you're so close to the corruption intermingling with your phone call to to get back to the real world, like in the Matrix. You get driven mad by the corruption. That's why you're killing all the other competitors in the Battle Royale. Castle Siege mode is the next step of the story of the fall. Castle Siege mode is there's a group inside the castle. They've already taken it. They're going to try to ride out the corruption in the castle. And the group attacking the castle wants to take the castle so they can try to ride out in there. And then Horde mode is you're in the city and the monsters have been driven mad by the corruption and there's nowhere else to go. You don't know about the Underrealm. You don't know about the safe. That's it. You got to try to fight off the monsters of corruption as long as you can. It's kind of like The Walking Dead. You know, not everyone's going to survive. You're just going to try to survive as long as you can. So Apocalypse tells the story of the fall leading up to the MMORPG. The Talnar were underground. The gods had enough power left that they were able to create safe spots in the Underrealm where the corruption couldn't get into. But there were a handful of dwarves, there were a handful of elves, a handful of orc, a handful of humans, some of the minor races, the avian minor races, the more bestial minor races. We don't get to play them as players. We will meet them in the MMO, and they will have little settlements that we can't take over, but there'll be little pockets of these minor races. The problem is that the Talnar is the result of inbreeding, crossbreeding, cross-racial breeding for thousands of years. So, probably had AT&T if the call was dropped. Can you hear me now? Question with the legendary gear that's supposed to be in the game. I know that can break, but will there be a limit to how many that can be active per server? So, we found out in the live stream Wednesday, they have abandoned the finite repairability mentality. Gear will be able to be repaired indefinitely. It will just take appropriate materials. So if you have a legendary sword, you may not always be able to repair it because you may not be able to get your hands on the legendary repair material. But if you've got your standard end game gear, not best in slot, but your standard end game gear, you'll be able to repair that. You'll just need materials and gold. Now, there are two types of legendaries. There are legendaries and there are legendary uniques. And yes, Steven has considered changing their names. Legendary uniques, there can only be one of. If it is a unique, it can only have one. Corruption surrounds the map. It's toxic. The mobs we will be killing are mutations caused by the corruption. I don't think the mobs we'll be killing are... I think the bears are standard bears. I don't think every mob... I don't think every... I don't think every mob on the map is corrupted, but maybe. Do you know if the repair costs will rise with each repair or if it's the same? I have no idea. That's a great question. I would do it as proportional to the number of times it's been repaired. I appreciate that, Neil. Are you a Packers fan, or is that just some other dealio? I would make it so the number of times that you've repaired the item. If you're not going to make it so the item has a fixed amount of repairability, then I would definitely make it. I would put how many times you've repaired the item as a counter. So like your ability has 100, your item has 100 durability. When it hits 0, it breaks. You have to unequip it. So you repair it, and now the counter is 1. And then eventually you're going to start looking at the cost of repairing it, and you're going to be like, I'll just make a new one to reset the counter. Eventually gear would be unrepairable since it's been repaired so many times. That would be awful. It would only be awful, honestly, if the whole economic system isn't built right. But remember, it doesn't matter what part of the money-making process you're in, you want gear. You want gear to be permanently destroyed. If you're involved in the artisan system anywhere, gear being permanently destroyed is a good thing for you. The only people who don't want that are people who don't want to earn money. Do you think with infinite repairs there will be inflation to gear over time? Yeah. Because you can have gear forever, it does in fact lead to inflation, because eventually I have all the gear I'll ever need until the next expansion. When I say I have all the gear I'll ever need, the only gear upgrades I'm going to do is if I get my hands on an epic or a legendary. So I'm not spending more money on my gear. So now I'm not making any expenditures, but I'm still earning gold, doing whatever I do to earn gold. So yes, eventually you'll see inflation. There's always going to be inflation in MMOs because there is inflation in every single type of economy except pure socialism, pure communism. The only government that doesn't have inflation is pure communism. And I'm not diving into it today, but pure communism is actually an impossibility. It's a paradox. You can't have pure communism. Can anyone repair gear, or do you have to go to a blacksmith? Yes, you have to go to a blacksmith. You have to find somebody who can repair it, and it takes gold and materials. I do not work for Intrepid Studios. I am an official content creator that basically I'm a retired guy. I'm a retired teacher. I'm a retired military guy. I built Ashes 101, and I had thought I was going to do these Q&A streams for a couple of weeks, and everybody would have all their questions answered. And we keep getting so many new people. I just keep doing Q&A sessions. And then this week we had the live stream, so we have a lot to talk about. So, Classic RuneScape does not have inflation. I would have to look into that, but I'm pretty sure every game has inflation. Because every economy has inflation. Unless Classic RuneScape has something where it's a fixed amount of currency in the economy, and the economy, like, you have to have a closed economy to have no inflation. The only way to have no inflation is to have a closed economy where no new items of value can come into existence. Do you think repair materials will coincide with the equip type? Yes. Other games with deflation? No, I've never come into contact with a game that has deflation. Because deflation is, you'd actually have to, where gold was getting destroyed. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to have gold drops off of mobs. Like, people always say EVE is a player-driven economy, which is actually incorrect. EVE is a mostly player-driven economy, but the belt rats still drop ISK, so it's not a closed economy. Do you think that with so many classes in the game, people that play, say, a Warlock Warrior would be declined from groups or raid because it doesn't meet DPS requirements or survivability? Or do you think having no DPS meter would counteract that? That's a good question. Let me tell you, there is a meta in every game. Every game has meta because of what meta stands for. Most efficient tactic available. It's all meta stand for. So there is always a most efficient. Most efficient doesn't always translate into the biggest heals or the biggest damage. So, for example, I'll give you an example from Final Fantasy that I just ran into. A couple of weeks ago, I got called every name in the book because I said to a random pug raid group, I said, I don't know how you got in. I don't know how the game says you can get into this dungeon. Well, one of our two healers doesn't have enough hit points to survive the unavoidable AoE. So every single time the unavoidable AoE lands, our healer is going to die. And we don't have a red mage, we don't have a summoner, which means our other healer is constantly going to have to be trying to res the healer. I said, okay, we can try a couple of times. And I have a 10% damage reduction plus a shield plus a regen. My wife plays a machinist, so she has a 10% damage reduction. And we were coordinating on our end, keeping this healer, couldn't keep the healer alive. Even with 20% damage reduction and a shield from me, the healer couldn't stay alive. I said, guys, this is pointless. Okay, this is pointless. Your gear, I don't know how your gear score meets the requirements, but your hit points aren't high enough. I said, if you have food, if you have whatever, you need about 2,000 more hit points to even survive the unavoidable AoE. Well, of course, somebody else was like, yeah, the tank's right, I'm out of here. He pieced out, and I left. My wife left. I felt bad because the person needs the content done, but I don't know what you did to your gear. I don't know what gear you're wearing that you can't survive this. We went in there and we did it like 5 minutes later with a different group. One shot, it cleared it. So there is a survivability requirement for fights. Sometimes people think that I want to take away 10% of my hit points so I can increase my damage. I want to take away 10% of my hit points to increase my damage output by 1%. That's great. Appreciate that. Reaching into Bezos' pocket. I understand that there's times and a place to take a 10% HP loss for a 1% damage output. There's a time and place for that. But if your 10% HP drop causes you to die on every single unavoidable AoE, then swap your gear back, get your 10% HP back, and lose that 1%. Now, are there going to be metas that exist that are so big that you get excluded from content because you're playing a battle mage instead of a arc wizard. Well, I'm hoping that Intrepid keeps the meta into the decimal point range. I'm hoping that a battle mage versus an arc wizard isn't like a double digit DPS difference. However, you might have a fight where you want a battle mage, you want a spellstone, you want a sorcerer for whatever reason. I don't think we know enough about the class system yet to start saying whether or not exclusionary meta will exist. And I'm gonna be honest, I really hope exclusionary meta doesn't exist, but it may. Let's see. I feel like Steven has a good handle on the economy aspect because he always brings up Arcage. Steven has a good handle on the economy aspect for 2 reasons. Number 1, Steven has been an MMO, well, 3 reasons. Number 1, Steven has been an MMORPG player his whole life. Number 2, Steven's an entrepreneur, so he has made money. He has made money. He understands that what it takes to make money. And number 3, he hired one of the best people in the MMORPG genre. His name is Dr. Rocco Scandizo. The guy's got a PhD in economics and an MBA. He works for companies to he works for companies to help them set up their economies. So, did Steven mention anything in regard to getting gear out of circulation to create demand for crafters? Originally, that was a plan. They've actually moved away from that plan. The plan is now repair of gear takes raw materials and processed goods, so it keeps a demand on the artisan system. You need a crafter to repair it, but you need a processor to process the raw materials that you need for it. So they have a plan to keep the artisan system engaged. Plus, in my economy video, let me grab that one for you guys. I want to talk about my content release schedule as well, sometime during today. But they in my economy video, I talk about that. What's up, Phoenix? Oh, that's Zeke the Phoenix with the new puppy. Got pictures of the puppy. So here's the economics video if you guys are interested in how they're combating inflation and stuff. So, I don't think exclusion should happen unless you can't clear the content at a reasonable pace. Here's the problem. I don't think exclusion should happen unless you can't clear the content at a reasonable pace. What's reasonable? What's reasonable? Because I want to clear the content. I've cleared the content in 20 minutes the last 5 times I've run it. I don't want to take 30 minutes because that's a waste of my 10 minutes. Also keep in mind, you're not going to be doing a lot of stuff. Like, you're not going to be randomly assigned. There's no looking for party. There's no party matchmaker. There's no duty roulette. There's no queue for raid. If you don't have 7 friends, you're not doing that 8-man dungeon. You can sit outside the dungeon with a sign that says, "We'll bard for gold," or "We'll bard for the clear," but you're not gonna just queue in and get matched to do that content. Will the game be on 2021 or 2020 or 2021? The game will be in 2022 if we're lucky. If we're really, really lucky, we will get the game in 2022. So, if you attempt to fight 6 times and everyone is blaming the other person for sucking. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We always know. I don't need a DPS meter to tell you who the idiot is. I don't need a DPS meter to know who sucks at mechanics. And sometimes you get the DPS that say, well, I'm in the middle of my rotation, I'm not going to move. Get the fuck out of the red shit. Let the healer not, like, most of the time, most games, not all games, most games, if the healer is able to apply their damage, a healer going from 0 damage applied to whatever they can do per second is generally higher than the differential between your DPS with you dodging mechanics and your DPS of you soaking mechanics. So, I have very rarely seen a game where a healer, and I'm not saying the healer has to be doing amazing damage per second, but most of the time a healer can put out a couple of hundred DPS if they're not healing stupid people. And those stupid people are like, man, I wanted to get 8,085 DPS this run, and I've been getting 8,075. Are you really soaking damage to get 10 DPS when the healer could not heal you and apply 300 DPS? You're an idiot. Get out. Do you think processors will be the ones that deconstruct gear to make them back into raw materials? Yes, that is what processors will do. Processors will take raw materials and turn them into crafting goods, and they will take crafted items and break them down into crafting components or all the way back down into raw materials. I've been that healer that said if you stand in the shit, you give you one heal, but if you stay, you die. Yeah, and then you always know the guy in your group, like you know your friend, you know your guildmate who lives like 45 minutes outside of anything that looks like a city, and he's on like a 4G phone signal, and you really like the guy, and he's a good dude, he makes you laugh, and he works his ass off. He's just not the most proficient raider because his connection sucks. You know that guy, right? You know that guy. And we don't pick on that guy. We don't pick on that guy because we know that guy's personal situation. Sometimes he gets clipped by the edge of mechanics because his latency, his ping is horrible. But you know, we know that guy. If I randomly pick you up in a group and you stand in every mechanic, a dead DPS does 0 damage. You gots to go. How do I think the mentor questing system will be abused? I have no idea. I have to see the mentor questing system. It's like that's like the end old gun violence. There's no such thing as gun violence. There's crime. Guns don't commit crimes. People commit crimes with guns. So I don't know how the mentor questing system will be abused because I don't know the mentor questing system. I don't think the mentor questing system will be abused because I don't think Intrepid is stupid enough to build it so that it'll be abused. And if they do, like I tend to wake up every morning when I think about Ashes of Creation, and I tend to wake up and think to myself, I don't think Steven is waking up this morning and building a shitty game. I'm thousands of hours and thousands of dollars committed into Ashes of Creation. If my fear was that the mentor questing system would be abused, I would have a very low opinion in regard for their team. I knew a guy named Jack Gunn. He robbed a gas station with a tire iron. Guns do commit crimes. Ha 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 ha. Actually, it's funny that you said you know a guy named Jack Gunn. I know a guy named Gunn in the military. I feel like high levels will use low level scaling mat farming, except that's not how the mentoring system works. So, what we were told is that you create content for the low levels, but we don't know how that works. So it's, we know that we're not side kicking them up to our level, and we know we're not losing our level to go down to them. So we have to see the system. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it until I get the facts. You know, they say it will take 45 days to max level. 45 days at 4 to 6 hours a day. If you're trying to blitz it, you're not going to be able to straight blitz it because you can't stay on a linear growth curve for 45 days because you will out level the content and you'll be waiting for the content to catch up to you. Abuses may be discovered. That's what alpha and beta are for. That's what alpha is for. If you're still finding beta, okay, in that situation, yeah, beta might be there. If you're still finding big abuses in beta, you're kind of in bad shape because once you get into beta, you have a deployment schedule. Beta 1. You might find that stuff in beta 1. You shouldn't be finding that stuff in beta 2. Beta 2 is really just a series of dress rehearsals for launch. So, I did want to talk about my content schedule. I realized there's a flaw, just so you guys know. If Intrepid releases something like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, If they release like the CD letter next Monday, then I won't release a review of the CD letter and my weekly video at the same time. I realized that when I did the content release this week, one of my videos is going to perform poorly because I released a video and then I immediately released another video the next day. So that's actually hurting the first video. So I will sometimes now hold content based on what Intrepid is doing. And that's only going to affect 1 week of the month. And usually they live stream on Friday. So I release the Tuesday video and we get Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then Friday morning, and then we get Friday's live stream video takes us into the weekend. So I did want to let you guys know the Tuesday schedule is as long as Intrepid's not releasing something on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I am working on the mounts video. Why did I move this? This doesn't get moved. I am working on the mounts video. The mounts video is turning out pretty good so far. There's a lot. There's a lot of information. I have to watch that segment a few more times and then dig in through stuff. So, but I was really happy with the Q&A this time. Really happy with the Q&A. The people are asking better questions. Although, I mean, we did go through 11 pages of questions and I would say 9 of them were bad. Do you get paid for defending caravans? You get compensated for defending caravans in 2 ways. Number 1, caravans have a reward system. And so if you are a defender of it, X number of people get a reward directly from the caravan. You also have the caravan defender horizontal progression that allows you to get some gear enchants, some cosmetics, some other purchasing power. We don't know everything in that. It's rolled into the PvP seasons. So we have no set date for when the creative director letter will be released. No, unfortunately, we do not have a set date for this quarter's CD letter. Steven did say it was going to be delayed due to the amount of testing they've been doing, but Steven, luckily I poked Steven and I got an answer before it was late, so I can say it was a reason, not an excuse. You guys know it doesn't matter. Steven could be my best friend. We could D&D on Fridays together and I would still crush him on silliness. Where is the open Q&A? There it is. Why is that? Oh yes, because I broke. There we go. The other day I touched something and it messed up my whole stream. At work, so I couldn't respond fast. It'll be up to the group's subjective opinion for reasonable pace. I would say that if it's so slow and I'm not having fun or the group isn't having fun, then it's a problem. Yeah, but the thing is that most of the time your groups are going to be your guild and your preforms. I don't think people, like, not having a looking for party setup is going to be new for people. Like, oh my god, having to have friends and have a good reputation and like you tanked something really good. Like I healed something really good this morning because I just happen to want to do some content, and I made some friends, and then the next day they PM me and they're like, hey, you want to heal this for us? And I'm like, no, I really don't. But you know, I think people have forgotten what having a reputation means. But you're gonna have statics, or a lot of people are gonna have statics. So keep that in mind. This is gonna be a game about people having their 8-man statics, their 16-man statics, and their 40-man statics. Are you concerned about water mounts overshadowing ships? Not really. I mean, I don't like the fact that your mount has I hope they change that your mount has a indefinite swim capability. Otherwise, the idea of having ferries between the continents is kind of dumb. But so I would like to see maybe a water mount having like a 20-minute endurance. Otherwise, yeah, why would people have ships to go continent to continent? I think water mounts are going to make the continents feel smaller, because unless there's enough threats at different latitude and longitude, you can just get on your mount and auto drive across the water. So yeah, a little bit. People possibly might also be underestimating just how much mats people will pack their caravans with to make them even worth defending. I mean, we know how much you can put into your caravan. It just matters of, like, we know that you can put 100 times what you can carry in your backpack into a caravan. So, it depends on what you're trying to get to and where you're trying to get it. We just don't know enough about caravans. I mean, there's so much that we need to learn about the game. I definitely agree. I don't want to get my caravan with 10,000 logs jacked because it's going to take a while to gather 10,000 logs. You're talking 100 trips back to my storage. Like, if I have a full caravan of just my stuff, it means I've made 100 trips back to my point of storage to fill that caravan. Or I've made 10 trips with a full mule. And every time you have a mule out, you're a tasty target. Being a badass hunter in WoW during Burning Crusade when CC mattered and I could keep 4 mobs locked down. Yeah, I'm hyped. Okay. Hopefully aquatic mounts will be vulnerable to krakens. Probably. I am expecting there will be some sort of meta regarding caravans. There's a meta involving with everything. There's always going to be a meta. It doesn't matter what aspect of anything in life you're looking at. There is a meta for how you get dressed in the morning. There is a meta for how you drive to work. There is a meta for every single thing in your life, because all it is meta is the result of process improvement. And every single process in your life can be refined until you ultimately get to the most efficient process. So, hello. It's Q55. Ships would need to be faster than aquatic mounts. Yes, absolutely. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, where did we go? We want. I'm very glad they aren't doing DPS meter and add-ons. We'll see how it progresses when people figure out their own meters. I mean, you can't stop DPS meters, because if anything, I can look through my combat log and do it manually. All you can really do is make it ass pain. I mean, you could not show me everybody else's damage. I mean, you could do that. But you'll have to show me the damage of somebody hitting me. So I'm going to be able to get the data one way or the other. You can't stop it. You can't stop me from manually logging all the damage by timestamp and putting it into Excel, which is what I had to do to build the Arcage damage mitigation log, and that took like 9 months. But you can't stop it. It will happen. It will absolutely happen. Let's talk the world not being a globe anymore. I'm so sad. I wanted a globe. There is no globe. So there's a flat Vera. The flat Varans have beaten me again. First, it's going to be a flat Vera, and now the flat earthers are going to have an argument to hang their hook on. Vera is flat. Wake up, sheeple. Yeah, Vera is flat. Unfortunately, Vera is this. There will be no world no world wrap. There are hard boundaries to the map. I was thinking you could theoretically skip all the PvE stuff if you focus on economics and get very rich to buy all the gear you need. You can't skip the leveling, but yes, you could skip all the other PvE stuff yes, you could. Absolutely. There is a method of getting gear just by having enough money. Now, keep in mind, the only way you can get endgame gear is if you can find somebody willing to sell endgame gear, and a PvP focused guild isn't going to sell PvP gear outside of the guild until every PvPer is geared. So, like I've said, I won't sell I won't sell like an epic or a legendary drop unless the circumstances are, if I don't, I'm gonna lose my castle. Other than that, gear in my guild is always more valuable to me than gold, with the exception of, say for example, I had to gear out a lot of people and I'll be at a really big gear gap. I could sell a legendary drop item for like 12 million gold, and I could use that 12 million gold to outfit like 10 or 15 people in epic gear. Then yeah, now I'm selling it. I'm selling a legendary drop, but I'm bringing, you know, a bunch of people up to near endgame stats. So if we kept digging with the Talnar, what would happen? You can't dig. Assuming you can't combat on mounts, then any naval combat will have to be ship to ship. You cannot combat on mounts except legendary royal mounts. Legendary royal mounts have attack abilities. Now, when I say you can't combat from mounts, mounts have abilities that you can use, but you can't use your abilities from a mounted position. So let's go with that. In BDO, we would just have somebody duel somebody with meta gear to time their kill speed and make sure everyone know their rotation combos. Yeah, I mean, I just showed up. Hey, welcome. What is your overall opinion on the new dev update? I think the new dev update is good. I said in my review video, which I did about a 15-minute review video, I broke down all the important parts for the people who didn't check it. My big thing was I wish Intrepid had foot stomped a little more about the Alpha 1 piece. I led my video off with Steven's soundbite that they're still committed to Alpha 1 this fall. I would have foot stomped that more. Like, yes, we're still planning on having Alpha 1 this fall. Not like we have some deployments coming up in the fall and one of them is Alpha 1. It's almost like the way he said that was they have other things that are going on that are equally important to Alpha 1. And while as a studio, they may have things that are going on that are equally important as Alpha 1, I don't care about anything else other than Alpha 1. No Alpha 1 date equals bad. Yes, unless they're holding the Alpha 1 date for the creative director letter. Oh, somebody subscribed with Prime for 2 months. I don't know why the alerts aren't popping up. I broke it. I broke something else. We broke it, did it. Because they send out the mailer to everybody who's registered. They send out the creative director letter to everybody who's registered. Speaking of registering, watch this. Since they send it out to everybody who's registered, and if you're not registered, you should take this opportunity to click the link in the chat and register for Ashes of Creation. I would greatly appreciate it. I get a kickback when you do. I think if they were going to make that announcement on the Alpha 1, they'll send it out in the creative director letter. That's honestly what I honestly believe the Alpha 1 date should come in the creative director letter. That just makes more sense than doing it in a live stream. It also makes sense. There's some media reasons why you wouldn't want to put it out on a Wednesday. So, don't think it's going to happen in the letter. I do. I think we're going to get the roadmap in the lead up. I mean, they have like 89 days, 88 days or something. No, not even that. They have like 78 days or something to get Alpha 1. So, I mean, what does it matter? What does it matter when the Alpha 1 date is, as long as it comes this fall? As long as they're not late. Now, if they're late, then I gotta crush them. Then if they're late, then I gotta say, you know, you got a problem. Gonna announce it in December? I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna wait until December to announce it. That would, I mean, they can do whatever they want. I would say, I would say, if you waited until December, you're probably gonna catch some of that end of year bad media coverage. I don't think you want to wait till December. I don't know if they're giving out keys as part of this pumpkin event. I mean, they've given away packs for the pumpkin event in the past. and people had to wait months for it. I mean, I got my key for Alpha Zero in October. I didn't get to play Alpha Zero till December. They gave it out like 2 months in advance. So history shows they'll do that. If Vera is flat, I'm pretty confident it's resting on the backs of 4 huge elephants, which are in turn standing on the back of an enormous turtle. By the way, somebody asked if I'm going to be carving a pumpkin. Yeah, I always enter the Halloween contests. I always enter the Halloween contests. If I win, I win. If I lose, I don't. You know. Do we have any news on the event? No. Friday is a bad day to push something like that. What you're trying to do at this stage in your development, what you're trying to do is you're trying to capture as many media cycles as you can. So let me do a real quick media check. Let me do a real quick media check to see if Ashes got covered appropriately. And what I want to do is I want to see where. See, the problem is that you do a live stream on Wednesday, okay, and you're not going to get the. I do see something cool I do want to look at though. A midweek creative directors update doesn't get you weekend media cycles. That's the problem. So yeah, Ashes of Creation yesterday at 9:30 was covered on MMORPG. And I'm trying to see I'm trying to see when. Let me do it this way. It massively usually covers it the same day, but I'm trying to see where when massively covered it. So they did get Thursday coverage from MMORPG.com. Let's see. I agree that it will be fall. Just the window with the pumpkins to end the fall is essentially sometime November. Pumpkins don't end the fall. Fall goes all the way till December 21st. So when did the new cosmetic packs release? 7th. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Neal covered Ashes of Creation on Thursday as well. You guys aren't following this. We're gonna cover this. Asmongold was streaming with 55, yeah, and then Asmongold is like the biggest promoter of, he's like the biggest promoter of Ashes of Creation, despite the fact that one of the small content creators pretty much said he shouldn't have gotten a key. Like, the small content creator basically shot himself in the foot with that, because I'm happy as shit. Asmongold got a key. I'll do that stretch in a second. My back is killing me. I've had to have my back worked on twice. I wanna cover. Let me do this. Oh, where is that? Where is that one? So if you guys haven't been following this lawsuit, the people who crowdfunded Chronicles of Illyria, they sued Soulbound Studios, and they said in it that oh, let me grab yesterday's, because we got to start with yesterday's. The Chronicles of Illyria lawyer receives an update from the lawyer. We have received 2 letters that responded to our pre-litigation letter. They were from lawyers who represent Soulbound and Exola. We are gauging their interest in resolving this matter pre-litigation, yet I'm quite confident we will need to file the complaint. Thank you for all your patience. Okay, so let me say this. It's like, I want to give as many refunds as I can. I'm broke. I'm out of money. Okay, we're suing you. Okay, if my contention is I can't give refunds because I don't have any money, why does any lawyer believe suddenly hitting me with lawsuit paperwork makes money appear? Okay, It doesn't make money appear. So obviously I don't have money. Like, you're asking me to refund $8 million that I don't have. I don't have it. So I can't. And then the update was Soulbound purported to develop the game, Chronicles of Valeria, and introduced a following of approximately 250,000 community members. It generated in excess of $8 million in total sales for the game. No, it didn't. That didn't happen. So that's a factual flaw, right? Mr. Falls individually has spent more than $20,000 towards COE's development. So there's a guy in the lawsuit who spent $20,000 on a game's development. To date, Soulbound has little or nothing to show its consumers and investors for their money. Okay, first of all, I want you guys to keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. When you crowdfund a game, you are not an investor. You are not an investor. An investor is a very specific term legally. Okay? It's a very, very specific term legally, is what an investor is. So, I don't believe that this lawyer represents any of the investors into Chronicles of Valeria. I believe he only represents the consumers. Now, that was yesterday's update. Today's update is Soulbound Studio letter purports that the lawyer representing the suit did not explain how or why the shutdown announcement for Soulbound was a clear misrepresentation. It continues, citing that businesses' change strategy is not a misrepresentation and that the client has not provided any facts or evidence to legally support this claim. Now, more importantly, however, other than the conclusionary, damn C words, allegation, your client has provided no facts or evidence to legally support the claim. Thus, your client provides nothing to suggest that at the time of the so-called misrepresentation, Soulbound knew or should have known that the representation was false, as opposed to a reevaluation of the company's position and a desire to continue operation. Again, changing direction following a business reevaluation is not illegal. The letter from Xsolla claims that they have no role in the development or distribution of games like Chronicles of Valeria and that Soulbound Studios is actually the party responsible. Therefore, Xsolla acted more like a third party between customers and Soulbound Studios. Xsolla completed sales and collected payment or COE on Soulbound Studios' behalf and transferred the process funds to SBS. If SBS authorized a return to Mr. Falls and provided Xsolla with the funds SBS obtained from Mr. Falls, Xsolla would refund the payment. This is exactly what I have said multiple times with all the people who are like, well, you can sue Xsolla. No, you can't. And here's why. Xsolla only has, what the hell? I'm telling you, man, this stream deck is fucking possessed. Xsolla only has, at any given time, the funds for what's in process, okay? They only have the funds for what's in process. So at any given time, Xsolla might have a couple of $1,000s of Soulbound Studios money. And if they do a refund, right? If they do a refund, then they say to Soulbound Studios, hey, you sold $1,000 worth of stuff this month. We had a $100 refund. We're giving you $900. We're your third party processor. So that's how that works. But if they don't have any other money of Soulbound Studios, they can't do refunds. It's just that simple. You don't give refunds out of your own pocket. It's just like Kickstarter. When you ask Kickstarter for a refund outside of the 14-day window, Kickstarter turns around and says, "We're sorry, we can't give you a refund. We don't have the money anymore. We hold the money for 14 days that allows you to decide you want to get your money back from us. After the 14th day, we take our 5% and our processing fee. We ship all the money to the backer. Kickstarter says, you agreed to our terms of service." Now, Kickstarter has been dragged into court once, right? Kickstarter has been dragged into court once and I don't think they lost. The Kickstarter project lost, and I think Kickstarter was Kickstarter was dismissed, right? Kickstarter was said, you guys aren't involved in this, so peace out. And that's a, you know, that's a good way for that to happen. You don't need to have Kickstarter there, because Kickstarter fulfilled their obligation. And if Kickstarter fulfills their obligation, they shouldn't lose money on the deal. Why should they lose money? Like, people are always like, well, they should give me my money back. Well, why? What didn't they provide for you? Well, the game's not out yet and the game is late. Kickstarter never said I'm gonna deliver you a game. Kickstarter said, I'm gonna take your money and I'm gonna link your money up with a developer. So, yeah. Big issues with people trying to get refunds from crowdfunded games. Really big issues. We are a republic. Yes, we are a democratic republic. We are not a democracy. Everybody that, if you failed to have a good social studies teacher or civics teacher in, if you failed to have a good civics teacher or government teacher in high school, or a good history teacher, we are not a democracy. We are a democratic republic, and there is a huge difference. There's absolutely a huge difference. But I don't want to talk about politics today. My back hurts. I don't have my Tylenol 3 for my bad tooth. So, do you worry at all about the node system? With 100 plus nodes, that there means 100 plus different locations that can develop into a metropolis. Any worries about cities all looking exactly the same, just in a different location? Well, the good news is that the nodes won't all look the same. The nodes are procedurally generated, so there are differences between the nodes. Plus, the 4 node types change it. Plus, the mayors have a say in which individual buildings are built. So 2 level 4 or 2 stage 4 economic nodes aren't going to look the same. They're going to look different racially. They're going to look different by which buildings the mayors have built out. So no, I'm not worried about them all looking the same. Do you believe in capitalism? Yes. Also, what version of capitalism in America are we today, since we are not true capitalism? Yeah, you're right. We're not true capitalism. We're not laissez-faire capitalism. There's so many rules and regulations that there's a problem. Reminds me of a content creator. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, guys. It's like I said in the other show. Only two official content creators have been removed from the program non-voluntarily. Some people have quit the program. That's on them. Intrepid hasn't booted any content creators except for the ones that didn't follow the rules. And here's the thing about the rules. Steven didn't even write the memo detailing out the expectations for the content creators. I did. I wrote it. He was in the meeting. The person that was running the content creator program for Steven wasn't available. They asked me to take notes. I took the notes, and just to save that person time, I drafted the memo. I wrote the memo, and it got sent up to Steven. He approved it. It went out. So I know, like, when somebody says, well, you can't possibly know what the expectations meant, I know exactly what the expectations in the memo meant, because I fucking wrote it. So there's no, I didn't know what the expectations were or what was behind the verbiage. I wrote the verbiage. If you followed my show, my videos for any length of time, I have slammed Intrepid in the past. I have absolutely slammed Intrepid in the past. And Steven will come back to me and be like, okay, I don't really like what you've said. Walk me through where you are. Get me from where you are and give me your argument, and get me from where you are to where I can see what arguments you're making. And twice he's asked me to do this, and he's gotten like 50 slide PowerPoint decks, because I like PowerPoint, clearly. And I've said, here's where I'm at. Here's the argument. Here's how I get there. And both times Steven has said, okay, dude, got it. Thanks for the Thanks for the walkthrough. Now, like, don't just bitch to the owner of a company and say, don't just bitch to the owner of a company. Give him some things he can act on. Give him some specific things he can act on. So you can't develop all the nodes in a metropolis because of the node lockdown. Correct. You can only develop 5 nodes to the metropolis stage, because nodes begin locking each other out beginning at level 1. What expectations do the creators make? The expectation that the creators that were booted out of the door was be factual. Be factual. You can take whatever position you want. You don't have to. Steven doesn't want white knights, and Steven doesn't want fanboys. He has said so himself. It's actually a quote. We have Steven quoted as saying, I don't want white knights and I don't want fanboys. I want creators who feel that they can speak their mind. However, when you speak as an official content creator, you need to speak factually. And you need to make sure that people understand the difference between when you're speaking factually and when you're going off on a tangent that's opinion. And I believe I do that very clearly for each and every point I make. Intrepid says this. This is what Intrepid says. I don't believe them. This is what Intrepid says. I believe them. My belief is, my view is, my concern is. Steven says that Alpha 1 is coming out this fall. My belief is that Alpha 1 is coming out this fall. I believe they will make Alpha 1 this fall. When we were doing the, when we were leading up to the, before 2020, I started being really hardball with them to say, I don't think 2020 is a realistic expectation. We're 9 months away from 2020. And Steven finally said, yeah, it's not realistic. And then a couple of times on the Discord, I was like, well, where are you now? Where are you now as far as, I mean, because remember, guys, we're 10 months and 2 days late. Oh, Tavernside Gaming. Look at that, Tavernside Gaming, giving out some stuff. 5 lucky people with their tier 1 subs now able to swing by the Paradox Gaming Network and not have advertisements. What a nice guy. Also, happy belated birthday. You know what? You know who else sent me a happy belated birthday? Margaret sent me a happy belated birthday. That meant a lot to me. Steven also wished my daughter a happy birthday last year because the live stream was on her birthday. And Margaret has an amazing, like, Margaret should be their voice actress for characters. She has this amazing character voice. If you've never seen that, be on the lookout for that. Now, I do want to say, if they do Extra Life, I don't think that they're going to do in-person Extra Life, because I kind of think that would be like irresponsible of them. And I think that they could probably get themselves in trouble if they do in-person Extra Life, only because they are a company and they'd be getting together. And regardless of the fact that you're getting together for charity, I think that they would get into some trouble if they did an Extra Life stream in person. So, like, maybe some of them can get together in one place and some can get together via camera, but I'm waiting to see how they do it. I don't know California law. I don't know what they are and aren't allowed to do. 24-hour Steven A1 stream. I don't think that would be entertaining. If there was going to be an A1 stream, let me handle that. I'll take care of that. I'll shoulder that burden. I think people want to see more of the. I think people want to see more of the team as people. Because remember, the 24-hour stream isn't about. The 24-hour stream isn't about Intrepid on that day. The 24-hour stream is about the kids that day. It's for Extra Life. No, you, Mayhem, you suck. Why would we give you Alpha 1? You're just you're a BR player. You're not an MMORPG player. You're a BR player. I can call you that because you were that good at the BR. You do your stretch yet? Yes, I did. I did overarm stretches and I did elbow stretches. I can't do many back stretches today. Being objective as a CC, in my opinion, is really important. It's okay to be a proponent of something, but don't let that cloud your opinion. Yes, I agree with you. And here's a big one. I always say, oh, It's funny, the hype train just cooled down right after Tavernside Gaming gave away those 5 subs. It always happens that way on my channel. I think you're absolutely right, but you don't have to be objective. You have to be citing both sides. I think you have to be giving an advocacy argument where you provide both sides of the equation and you defend them both. Like, you guys could pick a topic and say, just pick a topic in MMOs, and I will of course have my personal opinion. But if my personal opinion differs from my community's opinion, I will then promote what they want, and I will promote what I want. And I don't have it with me because I'm still reading it actively. So everywhere I go in the house, if I'm gonna have a few minutes, how to stop worrying and start living by Dale Carnegie. Really good book. And I like page 60. And in it says, we no longer gather facts of the situation, we gather the facts that support our position. And I absolutely love that quote, because so many people only care about supporting their position. Most people can't be wrong. I'm okay if I'm wrong. If I start off with an opinion of something and I start investigating it and I come up with facts that disprove my initial position, I change my opinion because I don't like being wrong. I don't like advocating for a position that I'm factually incorrect on. So yeah, I think people need to do more of that. You can be a proponent, but you have to be objective. You have to gather the facts. And if you have enough facts, like actual meaningful facts, then present it. If not, don't be saying stuff like Intrepid isn't building an MMORPG, because that's just not factually true. If you don't understand what the BR was designed to do, that's on you. I don't know how much clearer Intrepid could have been about what the MMORPG was designed to do, but there's a whole list. This is the list of the MMO of Battle Royale and what the Battle Royale accomplished. And so Apocalypse, what we've already seen, the Battle Royale tested server architecture, which they found a huge flaw with. They found server stability, and they found a huge flaw with server deployment, action combat designs, which several design changes have happened based on the Battle Royale combat data, character asset polish. I'll tell you the example of the table and chairs that were floating because the models were built wrong. They found that early in their process and they fixed it. Environment optimization, the water got better while we were playing APOC. A lot of the trees, a lot of the flowers, that all got better. Account management deployment, that happened and that worked. The launcher patcher deployment, oh boy, Intrepid didn't exactly hit any home runs with their launcher or their patcher. Castle Siege and Horde mode is designed to test large-scale battles, Castle Siege design, and the AI boss designs. So there's a lot of stuff that APOC is designed to fix. All right, guys, the rules for the pumpkin contest are out officially. Let's take a look. Let me put this over here. Please continue to do all you do. Oh, what's up, Jarhead? Oh, Jarhead's another one of those military people that, you know, all will tell you that having the morale shit really sucks when you're deployed. That's like the worst feeling in the world, man. So, what do we need to do in the contest? I just linked it. I'm about to put it up on the screen. That's not gonna work. Let me scroll down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I can size from there. All right. So, oh, and I can make this bigger, can't I? Oh, I hate that thing. I hate that support button. Oh, that's because I was zoomed in too much. Okay. Let me chop and let me resume. Sorry, guys. I don't have... I gotta come up with a better side screen display option. So, Glorious Gourd contest returns. Ashes of Creation Glorious Gourd has returned for 2020. Grab your pumpkin or your pencils and get to carving and crafting. Glorious prizes include an AMD graphics card and Alpha 1 keys. So, how to enter? Click on that. You will need to create an Intrepid account if you do not already have one. If you do not already have your Intrepid account, do not click there. Do not click there. Click there in my chat. Download the name placard. Grab a pumpkin, digital entries. So yeah, all the rules are here again. 25% relation to Ashes of Creation, 25% quality, 25% creativity, 25% originality. The treats. Grand prizes provided by AMD. Swag. They have a vintage logo hat. Oh my god, I'm entering this without a doubt. I am entering this without a doubt because I want that other hat. Because my hat is the black one. I want the white one to go with it. What's the link to the event page? I just linked it. There you go. So yeah, I have the black ball cap. I gotta get I need the white one. I also have my sweatshirt. But so yeah. Oh, you just got here? Cool. Then there you go. That's all I gotta say. I missed it. Like, give me the good stuff. So yeah, they have the rules up now. That gives you time. That gives you time this weekend to get your pumpkin. Oh, you know what I didn't? What did I see? There's Tuesday, October 27th. Winners will be notified by the 29th. So yeah, they have that up. AOC swag. I have my sweatshirt, and I have my hat. And let me tell you guys, when I went to Universal last year, with my Ashes hoodie on, and I talked to a lot of people about the game, like waiting in line and stuff. They were like, "What's Ashes of Creation?" It says Ashes of Creation on the arm, and then they're like, "What's Ashes of Creation?" I'm like, "It's an MMORPG in development." People are like, "What, really?" I was like, "Yeah." I had a good time talking Ashes. I also tried to convince a minion to play Ashes. I shill everywhere I go. Constant shilling. So, what else, guys? What else from the live stream? What else from the live stream was good? The question I asked about being able to do content with your friends if you're at war, with your guildmates if you're at war, that was a big one. Need to get a card with the referral code and hand those out. What makes you think I don't have a business card with my referral code already on it? When they showed the amazing tropical concept art pictures of the island, Margaret said she thought it was a capture of the game. She said it looked the same. Why did they not show the in-game photos? I don't know. It's a good question. Any expectations for group mount passenger abilities? I mean, no. I have to see. I have to see what they plan on going with that. Why aren't they showing more from in-game? I mean, they showed us what, like 17, 20 minutes of it. You know, also keep in mind that there are very specific laws. Laws are in everything. There are very specific laws. If you show footage from the game, right? If you show footage from the game, but you're not using the actual player camera, you have to designate it as not actual gameplay footage. So when they show you the videos, that's actual gameplay footage. If they use, and as stupid as this sounds, if they use the camera that allows you to move up and then perspect down, and a player can't do that, they have to put not actual gameplay footage. And that's due to Europe. Part of that was from Aliens, Colonial Marines. A couple other games got into trouble with that. You need to be very, very specific when you show in-game stuff. You can show all the concept art in the world, all the concept art in the world that you want, because it's classified as concept art. It's a conceptual presentation. But as soon as you try to show the in-game thing, you got to be careful with that. What do we know of the variation of mobs, creatures in the wild? Because that was one of my biggest issues in game. I get bored of seeing the same mob over and over no matter where I go. You're going to see similar models, but they're not going to be the same skin. I mean, keep in mind, there's going to be a robust collection of enemies to fight, but if we want the game before 2030, we're going to have to accept the fact that some of the animals are different skins of the same mesh. Once they get the game released and they're making money, like the big money, like the millions and millions, and they have time. Right now, their two enemies are time and money. Once the game is out, it's easy to start going in and adding new mobs as new areas develop. What's not like like what we're seeing on the thing right now. I mean, I think we've had enough variation of monsters. I don't think we're gonna be bored. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be bored at all, and we're only seeing a portion of it. I mean, we've seen probably 30 different mob types already. How many mob types do you really need at the end of the day? I 100% agree with you when you see the same mob everywhere you go. But we already know that there's going to be jungle mobs and desert mobs. We know there's going to be differences. So, I mean, we saw the galactic space turtle. Now they have a tortoise mount. Not that tortoises should ever be like a big threat farming mob, but I mean, now they have it. Remember, once they finish the mesh and animation and the model of the mount or the mob, it's easy. It's easy to move forward. The dungeon raid boss full of raptors is a bit of a downer. I hope it's just a placeholder. If you don't like raptors and Ashes of Creation, you wet the bed after seeing Jurassic Park. Changed my mind. Raptors are fine. Why is it suddenly, where's all this raptor hate coming from? Where is all the raptor hate coming from? Why are people suddenly like, raptors don't belong in Ashes of Creation? They're in every other MMO. Every other MMO has dinosaurs. Why can't Ashes? The two big ones. The two big ones are WoW and Final Fantasy. So, yes, the raptors didn't do anything wrong. You don't like raptors, you wet the bed. That's all I have to say. So, what else? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get up real quick. I'm gonna take a quick like 1 minute break, and then I will be right back and start thinking about hard caps on AoE skills. That's what we're gonna talk about next. I'll be right back. Alrighty, so the big thing is that I'm doing this show with a tooth that's died. My tooth is dead, and I have an abscess. My wife agreed. I can't handle stressful situations yet without taking a bunch of medication to handle my anxiety, and the base right now is still a fucking goat rope, and I don't want to deal with the people on base because they'll make me take a bunch of meds so I don't kill them. But they make a huge deal about, like, yesterday I went and I needed to drop off my prescription for my painkillers and my antibiotics, and they were like, well, you have to get your meds the next day. They're antibiotics for my dead tooth. Fuck code blue. There was a code blue in the hospital. I said, yeah, I'm fucking out of here. I'll just wait 24 hours. But yeah, unfortunately the tooth died. The dentist was actually really shocked because he had my x-rays. He had my x-rays from the last time I had a tooth die. And he's like, yeah, I'm really shocked that the tooth died this fast. But then I realized when my wife gets home, I can take my antibiotics, but I can't take my Tylenol 3 until after the golden feather, because I don't want to be on the golden feather all like, you know, not able to talk. So 7 p.m. Eastern, join us, you know, join us over at the golden feather. It'll be hosted on my channel, but swing over to their channel and, you know, I like them. They're a good duo for podcasters. I also like the theory of their show. They bring people on. So yeah, make sure we show the golden feather some love tonight. Let's see, hard caps on AoEs. I think there should be a cap on the number of enemies, like 8 from the center point. No number cap is going to make AoE overpowered. I don't think. Okay, let's read all of them. If you guys got an opinion on AoE, share it now. AoE and AoE caps. So Apple Bottom Jeans says, I think there should be a cap on the number of enemies, like 8 from the center point. No number cap is going to make AoE overpowered. Hard caps on AoE are not needed because of player collision. That is your hard cap. I think certain skills should have an AoE cap, like auto attacks. It wouldn't be realistic to hit 50 people without diminishing returns, but something like a meteor should definitely have no hard cap. Isn't there already a pseudo cap on AoE skills because of player collision limits how many people fit in a space? No cap, stack them up as high as possible. No caps. I think AoE is fine left as is. As long as there are mob leashes, which there are, I think it should be left alone. So I want to split that now into PvP and PvE. Okay? PvE, I 100% agree. PvP, I 100% agree. There should be no caps. PvE, I do, and I'll tell you why in a second. I don't believe in AoE cap, but I think diminishing returns is a good idea. The specific problem I see in PvP is a big choke point, like the door to a castle. If you believe in AoE cap, if you believe in diminishing returns, you believe in AoE caps. You can't believe in one and not the other. Because diminishing returns is just another way to cap it. No caps. Cap on PvE unless there's collision between mobs too. Good answer. If you don't cap the number of enemies, you probably should limit the upper damage numbers. This way you can still output a lot of damage if there are more mobs, but makes a single target spell better for smaller groups. Should work for both PvE and PvP. Yeah, I'll tell you my workaround for that in a second. AoE cap is great because it forces gold farmers to not abuse. I like where you're going with that, but I disagree. I shouldn't be dealing with game mechanics to stop gold farmers. I should just be banning gold farmers. I shouldn't be making everyone wear a diaper because one guy pisses his pants. I should just get rid of the one guy who peed his pants because he doesn't like raptors. I think it's an interesting mechanic, would do decreased damage proportional to the amount of things in the AoE you are hitting. More mobs equals less damage per target. That's a cap. It's not a hard cap. It's just a different type of caps. Is there player collision for monsters? That is a good question, and I'm waiting for a definitive answer on that. The problem with collision for monsters is you could, in theory, end up in a spot where a monster boxes you out, which I think they should. You also run into a situation where people could create walls of mobs that people can't get through, which is bad. My sentiment is this. In PvP, there should be no cap on AoE. And on PvE, they should simply make, like Arcage does this really well. If you're trying to fight too many mobs at one time, the mobs just take less damage. Not from the AoE, from everything. So if you're trying to group chain pull like 30 mobs in Arcage, that doesn't work. You only pull 8 at a time. So that's an interesting way to get around it. If you're trying to pull too many mobs at one point, Arcage also had a problem of mobs that were level 55 counted as ancestral level, because there wasn't a different level between ancestral level 55 and ancestral 30. So you could still be grinding on level 55 mobs. So they jacked up their leveling system. So they had to do something. Would no cap for AoE be for all classes? Yes. Now somebody said about your auto attack, you're not going to be able to hit like 50 people with your it wouldn't be realistic to hit 50 people without diminishing returns on your auto attacks. Well, number one, there are no auto attacks. Number two, because you arc in front of you with your weapon, there's a fix. I gotta still put the tape on the desk. Because you arc in front of you with your weapon, there's a fixed number of people that are in that arc. A concern I have if no AoE cap will make it harder for balance. Not really, because you're only balancing. People keep saying they have to balance 64 classes. They don't really have to balance 64 classes. They only have to balance 8 primary archetypes, and then the balance is on the augments. What happens with collision when a bunch of players are AFK at the entrance of a building? Because they're AFK and you run into them, inertia and momentum will move them out of your way. The only way you can actively block is if you're actively at the keyboard, actively working against my pushing, and then all I got to do is get you pushing one way and then juke left or juke right, and then it'll push you out of the way. All they got to do with that is just make the doorways all double French doors, and then you'd have to have a lot of people coordinated to keep the block in place. Do the classes need to be balanced since there are different roles? Yes and no. Oh my god, we are contacting Elgato. You know, Elgato denied me for their sponsorship program, which is fine because I'm a nobody. But you know what would be nice, Elgato, is if your Stream Deck actually worked. If your Stream Deck actually worked, that would be cool. Like this one is persnickety. I sent you a help request and you didn't respond to me. So now I'm not trying to get into your good graces to be a content creator for you or get free swag. I didn't want free swag. I just wanted the sponsorship. But I think what would be nice is if you'd respond to my customer ticket. With that, do the classes need to be balanced since they will be different roles? Yeah, a little bit. And what I mean by that is fighters, rogues, rangers, and mages need to somewhat be balanced. You can't have a mage with a damage output of 2,000 and a fighter with a damage output of 1,000. Otherwise, everybody just plays a mage. You gotta have some balance between the damage output of the classes. You also have to have balance between the mitigation per second, the heals per second, and the damage per second of the different roles. If you make the heals per second too high, one healer can tank 10 or 15 damage dealers. If you make the mitigation per second too high, one tank can tank 10 to 12 damage dealers. And then if you make the mitigation and the heals per second too high, a tank healer combo can just, 2 people can take on 15. It becomes broken. So yeah, there does have to be a little bit of balance. We could all just fight each other in an Excel spreadsheet. That way the numbers will be balanced. I mean, at the end of the day, without action combat, that is kind of what you're doing when you don't have action combat in the game. When you have action combat in the game, skill becomes a little bit more relevant and a little bit more important. What are the plans for crowd control and PvP? Action abilities will have hard CC. Tab abilities will have soft CC. So there will be diminishing returns on CC, and there can't be any CC lockdown or stun locks from 100 to 0. But if you have the skill to keep the mobs at bay and group them properly, should you really be artificially hindered for pulling that off? I'm gonna say this: if 8 mobs can't run you down and kill you, the mobs need to be harder. So you either make the mobs much harder, or you put an artificial cap on it. Because I'm gonna be honest, if you had true mob learning if you had true AI learning on routine mobs, eventually routine mobs would kill you. because routine mobs would become impossible to hit because their dodge rating would go astronomical. It's like the one episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where they're on the planet with the weapon factory, and every 12 minutes a new drone comes out, and the first time they kill it in like 2 seconds, and 12 minutes later the next one comes out and it dodges, and then the third one that comes out, it has a shield, and then the fourth one that comes out, it gets released and it says, this is the ultimate predator, it cannot be stopped. Your technology, it was like a prelude to the Borg, your technology doesn't have the ability to kill this drone. It has learned what your technology is. Even a run-of-the-mill raptor would be able to dodge and juke you and would kill you. So unless you want your monsters to have machine learning, I don't think you should be able to pull more than your raid size. Otherwise, you've created really bad mobs. So I don't think 8 raptors should get held off by 1 tank. Like, why are all 8 raptors aiming for the 1 tank? I get that people are going to say aggro, but there's 8 raptors. Why isn't one of those raptors smart enough to be like, oh, healer, I'm going to go eat it. And then the tank's like, provoke. And the raptor's like, oh, no, I'm going to go eat your healer. I also think that when you get boss fights that you try to Zerg, the boss should be like, oh, there's more than 40 of you? Aggro rules are out the window. The aggro table's out the window. You brought more than 40? Yummy. Aggro, no. Eat the healer. Eat the bard. Just start picking people up and eating them. I also think that boss fights, if you bring too many people with you, the boss should be like, oh, you brought friends? The boss should have an ability called evening the odds. I brought friends. I have mini bosses. Taunt is a mind control ability, forces your focus on them. Not necessarily. I mean, taunt is sometimes written up as I scream at you and I get your attention. Yeah, and he's saying that from a healer perspective. He wants this despite playing a healer. Yes, I absolutely do. I think that bosses are dumb. Bosses are dumb in most fights, and the boss will just continuously keep getting aggroed by the tank. You want a game that will fuck your entire day up? Play EVE Online. Any of my EVE Online players will tell you this. In the officer fights out in nullsec, you can't just have your passive healer ship there not paying attention with it, because the mob, the rats, if the fight is going on for any length of time, the rats will be like, target switch the logistics ship, target switch drones, target switch fighters. Like, I've had people lose back in the day 50 million worth of fighters, 100 million worth of fighters, because they weren't paying attention to their carrier screen, and they didn't realize that the mobs switched aggro. The mobs will switch aggro because they realize that they're being tanked by a tanking ship, and they'll be like, nah, we don't want to do that. Let's see. When you don't have action combat, you can still joust in and out of range. It breaks up the Excel determined result. Yes, that's true. If I aim to be a PvE raid tank, why shouldn't I go tank? I should maximize my tank performance. Imagine that having a tank taunt and then picking a tank as a second class, the taunt becomes close to ×2. Maybe. We don't know if you get the augments of your primary class if you double down. But what if you have a fight where there's too much raid wide damage, and as a tank, you're not dying from the tank buster. Your tank is dying from, or your party is dying from the raid wide damage. So maybe tank cleric would be better, so your AoEs or your abilities are generating an AoE healing buff. Like, you hit the boss with a combination and it creates everybody receives additional healing for 10 seconds. Maybe you are tank bard and you're an Argent and you're providing different buffs than the bard can. Remember, Doubling down makes you more potent, but less versatile. Sometimes more isn't better. I could play a cleric and have a high priest, and I can heal everybody, and my crits are healing for 30,000. But if everybody in the party has 22,000 hit points except for the tank, why do I need AoE crits that go up to 30,000 if there's no 8,000 overheal shield? Maybe in that case, maybe a scryer would be better, because maybe a scryer does provide less raw healing, but it's kind of like a scholar from Final Fantasy. Instead of healing you for 8,000 on a single heal, I heal you for 4,000 and a 4,000 shield. So we need to see how all these augments work before we can say what is best. Wondering if a cultist would heal from bleed damage. Rogue, yes. Anything subclass rogue has self-sustain. We know that. No direct heal spells, but self-sustain. Let's see. I get that with DPS classes, but tank and healers, it kind of looks like just having one class. If I want to go hardcore PvP, the answer will almost always be going the same class. I just talked about that, so that's good. It would make more sense for taunt to have DR and aggro to leak much faster than we are used to. Yeah, aggro management is going to be a huge thing. Steven has said this isn't going to be a passive aggro where you go in, you hit the mob 3 times and you never lose aggro. You're going to be losing aggro as the tank. You're going to have to manage your aggro. What are my thoughts on the alpha stream? If you want my full thoughts on the alpha stream, there is my recap video on the live stream. I thought it was a good stream. I think they made one flaw, and that wasn't foot stomping. The alpha 1 is still in session. The alpha 1 is still in session. The alpha 1 is still on schedule. But other than that, I feel that generic trash mobs shouldn't be that smart in order to do that kind of advanced reasoning. I mean, that's fair. I do. I do. I maybe not that smart, but I think that it would be great if, like, I don't think there should be any non-linking mobs. You guys have played all the games that indicate to you which mobs link to who. You have non-aggressive mobs. I think the moment you are engaged in combat with a mob, all of the mobs near you should either run away, and now there's no AoE grinding, because all the other, like in Fractured, if you attack a deer, all the other deer, that deer runs away from you, and all the other deer run away from you. They move away from you as a herd. I think that's brilliant. I think that if you're in the middle of a bunch of mobs and you attack one of them, they all should aggro you. Like, well, depending on their nature, I think you need to have, like, raptors. If you attack a raptor, I think all the local raptors should attack you. If you attack a wolf, I think all the local wolves should attack you, because they're pack animals. Assuming raptors are pack animals, we're going to use the Jurassic Park raptor. But I think that if you're attacking, say, a lion, the lion should be like, fuck him. Now, if it's a female lion, depends on which lion. I would love to see them go into, first of all, I would love to see them go into packs of animals that behave like families. So, like, if you attack the lead lioness, the other lionesses don't come to their rescue because they're like, oh, it's the lead lioness. One of us is going to get a promotion. I mean, I would like to see stuff like that. I would love to see you attack a jackal and then just get completely overwhelmed by jackals, because that's how they do it. They just attack in mass. So yeah, I definitely would like to see mobs have smarter AI. Maybe not enough machine learning where they, maybe where like a deer could start killing you, but I would definitely like to see smarter AI. And I think Intrepid's going to deliver on smart AI. I don't think Steven is going to deliver on bullshit AI. I mean, remember, we're supposed to have an entire testing phase to talk about mob AI. Let's see. Should you be able to stand in front of a boss? Let me just wait for them to take in first. Yeah, I know, exactly. I think one of the things I'd love to see is that the bosses have like a 10-second max aggro timer, only because latency and load times, you got to be accommodating. You got to remember that if everybody had 10 millisecond latency you could write different rules, but you got to write specific rules. But I think the boss, I don't think bosses should ever be standing around. I think bosses should be walking around in the room, right? Bosses should be walking around in the room. And then, okay, the creative director letter is going to, the creative director letter is going to come out next Friday. Steven just punted, and that's fine. He said he was going to punt. So yeah, it's coming out next Friday. With that said, I don't think bosses should ever just be standing around. I think when you load into the room, the boss should be like, oh, hi, chomp. Like 10 seconds later. It does suck the letter's coming out next Friday. Steven, you knew I was on vacation next Friday. You couldn't do Wednesday, so I could have done a letter or a video. I won't be able to do my video until Monday. I'll script it all on my way back home on the plane. And then I'll stream on Monday, and then I'll try to do my creative director letter response after that. Tuesday's gonna be a wash because I'm having oral surgery on the 13th. Remember, guys, I am on vacation next week. I will miss Friday and Saturday's streams because I take my family down to Orlando every fall for Halloween Horror Nights. Unfortunately, they canceled Halloween Horror Nights, and then they brought two haunted houses for the event, but we were already committed. Plus, it's my kids' motivation to do well in the first quarter, because if they don't do well in the first quarter and they already got the reward. See, I booked the reward before I get their grades, and then I don't owe them anything for the rest of the year. Although everybody F in chat for my daughter who done fucked up with her grades. She told me she had straight A's, and then I had to talk to her school today about an unrelated issue, and her math teacher's like, yeah, she's got a B, and the guidance counselor's like, yeah, in history she's got a B. And I'm like, oh, poor kid, you're about to have a really shitty day because you done lied to me. Should there be multiple bosses in the same room? Depends on the boss. Somebody said something about dragons. In mythology, a dragon likely solo, or do they attack in a pack as well? You know, I have a whole book on dragons in one universe. Some dragons you don't want to necessarily go into. You don't necessarily want to go into a dragon's den if you don't know. Because there might be a pair of dragons in there because they may be mated and laying their egg. In Palladium, some dragons mate for life. Some just get it on to lay one egg. Some dragons live as families. So you got to know the dragons. A for lying and learning life lessons. No, barely qualified. She gets an F for lying because the secret to a good lie is that you don't get caught. Who don't fib a little, a B is okay. You don't lie. You don't lie to the dad, because the dad is like a mix of your parent and your warden. This is a jail. This can be a benevolent monarchy or this can be a dictatorship. It all depends on the population of the prisoners. Yeah, B is okay. Lying is not. Yep. As long as, if I had said to her, if she had come to me, and this, we're gonna do a jump on, parenting real quick, and then we're gonna go back to Ashes. So it's not about the fact that she has a B, because B's are good. It's the fact that I looked at her 3 days ago and I said, what do you got in school? You got straight A's? And she said, yes. And then I find out she doesn't. So I have to look like the goat, not knowing. Like if she had told me she had B's, I would have been like, okay, what do you have B's on? Let's work. Here's why you don't get a B in world cultures and tell me you have an A. I'm a fucking social studies teacher. I teach world cultures. I teach world history. So yeah, you don't say I have an A in the class that your dad teaches. So besides, B is okay. B is okay if the best you can get is B. If my kids come to me and they're with me every single day asking me questions about math or science or history, every single day they're coming to me and they're like, I got a question, I don't get it. I got a question, I don't get it. I got a question, I don't get it. And we're doing that the whole semester. I have a question, I don't get it. Then when your grades come in, I don't care what you got, because you told me the whole time you don't get it and we're working on it. Like, my other daughter, she had C's and D's, and she came home one semester with C's and D's, and I gave her a high five. And she was like, but I got C's and D's. I was like, yeah, but I know that's the very best you could do. The very best you could do was the C's and D's. We moved from one school district to another. She wasn't ready to be in the new school district. They were on a completely different curriculum. And so I was like, C's and D's is the best you could do. So you get a high five for that. But we were doing homework every day from like 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock every single day, 4 hours a night, 5 days a week. So she did the very best she could do. Now, am I teaching her to be honest or to lie better? Well, here's the thing. Why would you lie about your grades when I can actually go into your grade? I can go into the system. This is no more like what the one kid say. I got A's in all my classes except the forging report cards class. I got an A in that. I got an F in that. So thus my report card must be real because I failed how to forge a report card. It's a funny meme. I can go into Skyward and I can see your grades. So why would you lie to me? Just be like, you gotta be. Yeah, I did see the creative director letter got pushed back. That's okay. That's okay. The reason why it's okay, guys. Normally I jump up and down on them when they're late. But I called Steven out on it on Tuesday and I said, or Monday or Tuesday, and I said, all right, it was Monday. I said, are you writing the letter? And he said, it may get delayed because we've been doing a lot of testing. They can either tell you what they're doing or they can go do what they're doing, but they can't do both at the same time. If Steven needs to delay the creative director's letter until next week, but he can actually put some meat in it, Steven, there needs to be meat in this letter this time. If they can put some meat in it, then I would rather have a delayed letter because he delayed it before it was due. Now, if he had just completely missed the deadline and then punted it by another week, I would say, well, what are you doing, man? You can't ever make a deadline. So yeah, it's okay that the creative director's letter is late because, I mean, if he's waiting on information, he's waiting on information. And he told us ahead of time. Now, how I would do it is different. I would write my creative director's letter. I would have it out on time and I'd have a bunch of IOUs in it. I owe you an update. I owe you an update. Hey, I don't have an Alpha 1 date for you. I'm waiting on some information. So on the 9th of October, I'm going to push out just a little quick message. I'm not going to email it to you. I'm just going to put it on the Discord and we'll post it to the Reddit and some other social media. But I owe you an update. But I would do that because I just believe in a different type of communication level. Fighters. Do fighter warriors typically have some AoE abilities as melee classes and MMOs? Yes, they have some. They have some cleaves. They have some AoEs. So yeah, it's general. It's pretty general. It's pretty common that they get some. It's okay. It's generally accepted that they have some. Now, not every ability should be an AoE. You know. Same deal as the report card. It's okay to be late. It's not okay to say it's coming and then let the deadline silently pass. Yes, exactly. Communication is win. Key. Oh no, when did the stream start? The stream started about 2 hours and 58 minutes ago. If only I posted the schedule on the Twitch page. If only I posted the schedule on the video cover. If only the Twitch channel had a schedule. If only. By the way, I do want to, for those of you that are just joining us, I do want to say big thanks. I said at the very beginning of the show, I said I was going to do a $1 for $1 matching on Operation Supply Drop up to $100. And, you know, somebody decided that right out the box that they were going to just donate $100. So I matched that. You can click on, you can click on Operation Supply Drop, the little icon down there. You will see my donation is there. I did kick in my $100 during the show, right there. So we did that. So I appreciate that, guys. We are at 505 of our $1,000 goal. So much love. Did I put it on Discord? I did put it on Discord. I did put it in my Discord. It was posted in my Discord at 11:55 a.m. So, will there be DPS meters? No. If only there was an online time right underneath the sub button. Is there? Is there a timer there? Oh, there is. There we go. $10. $10 to the boys and girls in uniform. I appreciate that. Let's see. What else did we have in that live stream? I can't believe we're almost running into the last hour of the show, and we haven't even covered it. Will there be the party duel system? What did you guys think about the party duel system? I really like this idea. I really like this idea of being able to duel as a party. It lets you test comps so much better. Would it be cool if you could coordinate skirmishes for your guild? Yeah, you know, I would like to see that, right? I would like to see raid versus raid skirmishes. That'd be kind of cool. Needed because they are not balancing for 1v1. Absolutely. However, I want you guys to keep something in mind. Just because they're not balancing for 1v1 doesn't mean you don't need to learn 1v1. Doesn't mean you need to learn, like, I'm going to use Warhead for an example because he and I have known each other for a fairly long time in Arcade. If I'm playing a cleric and I see Warhead's name and he and I have beef, I'm running. If I know that Rangers are stacked against clerics and I see Warhead coming over, if I see his name, I'm peacing out. I'm not gonna wait because I know that he's a rock and I'm scissors. So 1v1 is gonna teach you and tell you who you need to dip the fuck away from. 1v1 is gonna tell you what your role in group combat is. Like, you have a group versus another group. In a lot of MMOs, it's the archers who try to shoot into the Zerg ball and try to disrupt the clerics. Well, if I'm a cleric wearing medium armor holding a shield, maybe it's not gonna be archers can penetrate into the ball and go after the clerics. Maybe now archers have to pressure the mages. Maybe archers have to pressure the bards. Boom. Appreciate that, Phantasm Weaver. It means a lot to me. Charity work. I believe we always have an opportunity to give back. Depending on what number we hit, I may do one more matching later on this month. I may do one more matching later on this month, just because you guys give me a bunch of money through your Prime subs and your bits, and the people who come to my channel and then go through my blacksmith before they make their Amazon purchases. That generates free money. Least I can do is, you know, help us along with our goals. So I appreciate that. I would like some type of reward for arenas and party duels. You're never going to get an arena for a party duel. You'd never get an arena. You never get a reward for a party duel because it's too easily manipulated. Arenas, yes, there are rewards for arenas. Cosmetics and purchasing power in the PvP seasons. Does attacking a caravan give you corruption? No. Ashes101.com, that very sexy chalkboard down there. Any of the meaningful PvP activities do not generate corruption. Someone say dip. Yeah, chips and dip sounds really good right now. Guys, I'm so hungry. I forgot to eat before the show. I forgot to have a protein shake before the show because I had stuff going on. I'm starving. 61 minutes till I can eat. I did lose 3 pounds in September though. I did lose 3 pounds. So I have 11 to go. 68 pounds total since I started. Consensual PvP doesn't generate corruption. Correct. A barbecue chicken salad. Sounds good. Purchasing power in PvP season sounds good. Yep. Why are the pre-order packs so expensive? Like, I don't have a bad pay, but I look at my bills and salary and I'm like, no, expenses are ripping me. Well, here's the thing. First of all, there is nothing in the pre-order packs that gives you any sort of power or advantage. This isn't Tryon or Gamigo or whatever they are now trying to dictate to people what the definition of pay to win is. That's not what we have here. What we have here is there's literally cosmetic rewards. Now, I know some people are like, I wish I could just buy alpha, or I wish I could just buy beta or whatever. Yeah, true. And I do see that argument. Carthos says it best. It's not a pre-order pack. It's a supporter pack. Yes, I agree with that. There's going to be testing in Alpha 1, but it's testing. It's not playing. There is no box price. The barrier to entry for this game is $15. So if you want to wait, until launch, and then you want to wait until launch, and then you want to just pay your $15 to see if you like the game, then do that. Now I know what some people say, well, I want to be able to play in alpha so I know in advance if I'm going to like the game. Well, to those people I say, Ashes or alphas aren't the time for you to decide if you're going to like the game. Alpha is for you to spend time bug testing so the game is good. Okay. Now I know what some people say. You're doing the fear of missing out marketing. The exclusive offers, the I can only get it once in a lifetime. If I don't buy it now, I can't ever have it. Yes. Imagine this. Imagine a company that needs millions of dollars. To bring you a final product, selling something that generates money. If they really wanted to be making more money with their monthly cash sales, they would be priced worse, and they would do the 3D renders of them before they sold them so they could generate more hype. Yeah, imagine rewarding people that support you, and they're not. Yeah, they're giving you something you want. Like I have a completely ridiculous amount of cosmetics already for a game, right? I have a ridiculous amount of cosmetics. I can only wear one cosmetic at a time. I can only have one mount out at a time. I can only have one ship out at a time. I like supporting Intrepid. I believe it's important to support a company that's trying to do it with that's trying to build a game without pay to win. Stream Frozen? No, I don't think so. So let's see. If they do 8v8, you think those 8 slots would be open for any class, or you'll need to fill each role? I don't think you have to fill each role. I think you got to realize you're going to run into builds, right? That are 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 bard, 5 mages. You're going to run into people who run weird builds. There's going to be a reason why they do it. There is going to be a meta. You just have to learn how to combat the meta. There is going to be a meta. There is going to be a best build. They said there will be 4 classes for Alpha 1. Will we only see skills up to level 20? I don't know what we'll see. I imagine they will keep the skill tree hidden beyond what we can see. Because they don't want stuff data mined to the umpteenth level. There will actually be 5 archetypes in Alpha 1. There are no classes. Classes do not happen until level 25 when you pick your secondary. Anyway, guys, I'm going to be AFK for 1 minute, and then I will be right back. This room is very hot, and I am consuming a lot of tea. Be right back. So, I gotta tell you what the bad cat did. You wanna tell him what you did? You wanna tell him? You wanna tell him what you did? No? Okay. No? You wanna tell them? You wanna tell them what you did? No, you wanna talk? So, in order to keep my cats occupied when they're in my office, I bought them an enrichment toy. And there are 3 balls that they spin around. Well, the one I was just showing you, he's a bad cat. He stole the ball out of the bottom. and I don't know what he did with it. He walked off with it. I can't find it. I can't find it in the house. It's just a ping pong ball. It's the white one. I have looked all over my office, which means he left the room with it. And he doesn't like to play with the toy. He stole the ball because he's upset that he doesn't like the toy and his little sister does. So he took the ball out of the bottom just to irritate her. So now I gotta find a ping pong ball. My cats steal them too and then chase it down the hardwood floor at 3 a.m. Yeah. He did postpone the creative director's letter until next week, 1 week from today. Unfortunately, that means I will have a update letter. That will be my content. That will be my video, hopefully for the following Tuesday. The problem is that I'm on vacation next week, and so this always happens. Content comes out for Ashes whenever I'm on vacation. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start lying about when I'm on vacation, and then I'm going to start like just figuring out how to do it. Are the creative director's letters usually published quarterly? Yes, they usually are published quarterly. More often than not, he doesn't get them out in the right quarter, but that's okay. As long as he says it ahead of time. Yeah, what I want to do, I do have a goal, right? I have a goal where I get like better equipment and then I can like live stream from places for like short bursts of time, like live stream from the hotel, live stream from Universal Studios. I mean, obviously I got to get their permission if I'm going to live stream from their property. Probably too small to get permission to do that yet, but I mean, they can't really stop me from live streaming certain places. I mean, obviously if I'm on their property, they can stop me, but, go on vacation more. Yeah. Go on vacation more. Every time I go on vacation, Steven releases something. You know what would be nice today? You know what would be absolutely wonderful today? Is if I checked my email right now and there was a mail from Twitch that says you made it. It is 4 weeks from today that we applied for partnership. 4 weeks from today. And we still have not heard about our partnership. I mean, it's not like it matters. We keep pressing forward. We keep doing our thing. We keep doing our Q&As. Remember, I do stream again tomorrow for the people that, want a different take and a different spin on things. Email that said, welcome to Ashes, log in here. No, that would be awesome. That would be awesome if I got that, but my Twitch partnership, I just kind of want to know at this point. What I'm really worried about, really worried about is that they're going to evaluate my channel next week. So I got to remember to put my channel on vacation mode on Wednesday. And I got to remember to change the channel background that says, hey guys, remember Jahlon's on vacation. Like I'm going to put like a little postcard, like I'm on vacation. I'll see you on Monday, just in case they do check out my channel. Cause that would kind of suck. Been waiting 4 weeks for you to check out my channel, and then you're like, yeah, the day we came to evaluate your show, you just no-showed. You're like, no. Do I think orcs will be available in Alpha 1? Good question. I don't know. Probably not. If you get an email that says log in here, it's probably phishing for your cosmetics and Alpha 1 access. Don't click it. Yeah, I don't click on links in emails. I don't ever click on links in emails. If I know it's coming from, well, first of all, if it's coming from Intrepid, I probably already know about it as it's coming. Like, it's not like there aren't too many emails that come from Intrepid that are totally like a surprise. So it's like, I know it's coming. With that said, even if I get an email from Intrepid, I still go to where the link says, like, that way I don't have like an Ashes 0F creation. I know where I'm going, but yeah, you can bet that there's going to be a ton of scamming. There's going to be a ton of scamming for Ashes of Creation accounts. So just don't get yourself caught up in any of that. Like, I just got an email from my website. Somebody is contacting me for granite. I don't sell granite. How do you contribute more than 2K points? You can only put in 2K a day. So the people that you see are putting in more, that's their total count. So we got 9 days left. I will go ahead and extend that one before it expires because I did screw it up and I based it off when we had like a 220 concurrent viewership. That probably wasn't a good idea. Is it true they'll only release 4 classes at A1? Archetypes. 5 archetypes. It's 5 out of 8 archetypes. We've seen rogue invisibility. Wouldn't dwarf benefit from that a lot more than other races? I mean, a little bit. I mean, ultimately, that's what the stealth looks like. So there is going to be an advantage of being small. But I mean, if you're watching the screen, you can see it. You can see the stealth. So, oh, Snap TV. Thank you. Why do I know in real life stuff stream? I don't in real life stuff stream at the moment because I'm still trying to get accommodated to what I'm going to be doing. I will be doing Jahlon on streams in conjunction with my gaming streams in the future. I'm still trying to figure out how everything works in the world. So right now people want ashes. If people didn't want as much ashes, I'd probably do less ashes. But right now, I fill each show. I'm not like digging into the well of filler for the shows. So that's also how stealth works in PlanetSide 2, and honestly get used to it after a while. I can still spot that in a hectic fight. Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that the PlanetSide 2 stealth is what they're going with because they have PlanetSide 2 devs. They could probably hide behind smaller objects. Yeah, the good news is if they're in stealth and they're behind a smaller object, their nameplate is hidden. The bad news is that if they're just trying to hide behind a box, it's like, I see 7 names behind those barrels. We're Snow White. So it would be an interesting topic to discuss collision damage from vehicles and damage. What do you think? I think there should be collision damage vehicle to vehicle, but caravans won't have collision damage because caravans pass through. Caravans don't get stopped by collision damage, or at least the plan is for them to not get stopped. They keep going. So they get stopped by abilities that create a wall, but they don't get stopped by people standing in the road. So mounts to siege vehicles. What siege vehicles? I don't know of any siege vehicles. I know of like the only one I know of is like the rolling tower. You're gonna have like catapults and trebuchets, but this isn't gonna be like Arcade where you're pimping around on your tank. I mean, you're gonna build a catapult or a trebuchet and use it. It's not like you're gonna be. I don't think you're gonna be moving around a tank. Oh, actually, no. I take that back. They did show movable. See, the problem was that it's been a while since we've seen the siege stuff. Yeah, they did show movable. Yeah, they did show movable stuff where you could pilot the catapults. Now that my brain is catching up, forgive me on that one. My head is killing me. But yeah, they did show, and they showed the passengers having defensive abilities, not just their own. So let's put a pin in that one to find out when. Let's wait until we see Castle Siege mode. I would love for Castle Siege mode to come around. One of the big things I'm actually, confused about is if they had done Castle Siege mode up to and including the point where they had done a Phoenix Initiative test. Why did they suddenly just stop testing? Why didn't they go through with pushing it forward? I in some ways I understand if they couldn't get it good enough, but I would have stripped the cash shop out of it, right? Take the cash shop out of it. I would have taken the legendary path out of it, and I would have just told people, yeah, this is a early Castle Siege. We want We're not, you know, we're not monetizing it. We want the data. And then done Castle Siege mode, a couple of tests, and then just said, okay, we got the data we needed. You almost, it's like you had it almost ready. So why not get a little bit more data? Like you've kind of got a product sitting there that could be giving you data, unless they didn't need the data. And that's one of the things I wish they would say, because Steven mentioned in the other video, he mentioned in this video, he's like, we're going to be seeing some Castle Siege stuff in Alpha 1. Well, if I'm going to be seeing Castle Siege stuff in Alpha 1, then what do I need Castle Siege mode for? The cat's gonna get all mad. His wife's playing with the enrichment toy and he's just staring at her and he's all pissed. Does AOC have a function where crouching or laying down in the weeds removes your nameplate? No, because there's no crouching. They have put a lot of emphasis on husbandry and shipbuilding. Makes sense to me that collision damage would be a crucial part of Ashes. I don't think so, not collision damage. Because remember, the problem with collision damage is you're taking unless you're like, you're taking as much as you're getting in a lot of situations. So like collision damage between two players hitting each other, that's not going to happen. I don't think mounts hitting people, that's going to happen. And I don't think ships hitting people is going to happen. Ships hitting ships certainly will happen. So I definitely say ships hitting ships will have collision damage. We'll have to wait on the siege stuff, but I don't think mounts hitting people is going to generate collision damage. And that has nothing to do with the husbandry. That has nothing to do with husbandry. Husbandry has to do with abilities and stats and things of that nature. How is there a Thieves Guild and no crouching? Because one isn't a prerequisite for the other. They have crouching in APOC, but you probably don't need crouching in the MMORPG. Maybe mounts hitting walls do collision damage like that ram mount guy. Maybe, but then that would make, well, hold up. If you had a ram that you earned in game that was a functional ram, not a ram skin, I could see that, but I also have to question how much damage is a ram going to do to a siege fortress. And if it was significant, wouldn't the meta just become everybody has multiple rams to just 1, 2, 3 hit the wall? Charge on a horse out of the realm of possibility. I could see instead of a stun to the character being charged instead of doing damage. Mounts have abilities. So mounts do have abilities. I don't know if you've discussed this before, but do you have an opinion on the minimap? I think Steven has said, he mentioned he wants info like that to be limited for the player. I like the minimap the way they have it. I'm a big fan of minimaps, only because I'm a big fan of a correlation between what my character would know and what I as the player would know. Like my character isn't deaf and isn't blind and sees things. The character would see things. Just because my vision is going doesn't mean my character has bad vision. Now, in LARP, there are people, like I know a guy who was one-eyed who LARPed, and guess what flaw he took on every single LARP character he made? One-eyed. Why? It was like a 5-point flaw. It was easy for him to take because holy shit, he had to play like that anyway. So I think showing people stuff in the minimap is good because you would know that stuff. Can you play something like a stealth assassin build? Yes, you can play a rogue, but remember the time to kill is 30 seconds. So you're not going to be going in and like one-shot wombo comboing people. That just doesn't happen. Oops. I touched. I gotta grab the stuff off the other screen for a minute because I touched. So for when fighter skills will come, when fighter comes, no idea. I don't know if fighter is the fifth, is the fifth archetype. Let's see. Why are they putting so much effort into mounts? It's almost all they talk about. It's not almost all they talk about. They did a live stream on mounts and animal husbandry. They did a live stream which included fishing. They did a live stream which included gathering. They're putting a lot of effort into mounts because they're going to have a robust artisan system, and animal husbandry is part of that robust part of that artisan system. I don't know. I don't know why people think that they're going to give you more information. Well, good thing that one didn't go off. I don't know why people think that they're going to give you more information about stuff that's not ready. If they were ready to give you more information on things, they would give you more information on those things. They just don't have that information ready. So, of course, they're not going to show it. Like if they were ready to do Alpha 1, we'd be doing Alpha 1. We'd be doing Alpha 1 right now. So, let's see. Mounts and cosmetics can enrich the endgame horizontal progression. Yeah, exactly. Mounts are horizontal progression, especially if you make the mounts meaningful. I'm not talking like every single mount has the exact same speed, like in Arcade. I'm talking, man, these guys are moving across the world really fast. Well, when a world matters, having a mount built for speed is important. I expected them to talk more about skills and spells rather than the mounts. Why? My question is honestly, why? Will it matter anything to you until you can see somebody playing it? I mean, Steven has his spells on the screen right now. You can see them, but it's pretty meaningless because they're not doing a breakdown of them. They're not doing a breakdown of them because the game's not built yet. I think that's the big thing people keep forgetting. They're building the game. So the moment they tell you about the mounts, or the moment they tell you about the abilities, you're going to have 15 questions, which there's no answers to. I mean, they could show you anything and you're going to have, like, they did Q&A, and 4 of the 10 questions in the Q&A led to more questions. That doesn't make me any less satisfied. I mean, you got to know about the mounts eventually. You're going to learn about the mounts information eventually. So you might, I mean, you have the opportunity, and you have the opportunity to show off stuff you've already sold. I mean, it's a good move. You show off a lot of skins you've already sold. So there's no bad there. It doesn't matter what you show people. They're still not going to be happy. So if you know they're not going to be happy, no matter what you show, why does it matter what you show? Skills and abilities, there's no win there because they only have 5 of the 8 primary archetypes ready. Even if they did the next 5 months, they did a live stream once a month for the next 5 months and talked about one class or one archetype. The 3 archetypes that don't get covered, people would be pissed. So it doesn't matter what you do. People are going to be mad. I don't want another video like the one that we just watched where they go, I don't want to watch them killing things. I've seen you killing things. I don't want to see that again. I want to see different. I want to see the game growing in other areas. What do I want to see? I want to see the divine node blog. I want to see the military node blog. I want to see you go into a node and I want to have footage from the different nodes. I want to know that you have node levels 1 through 3 of all 4 node types done. I want to see more than Alpha Island. Okay. I want to see, hold on. Let's just do this. I want to see naval content. I want to see ships. I want to see a ship. I want to see a ship that you go through. I want to see the orcs. I want to see the Renkai. I want to see the Vec. I want to see the character faces. I want to see the character creator. I want to see all sorts of stuff based on horizontal progression. I want to see the social organizations. I want to see the religions. I want to see the sailoring skill tree. I want to see the caravan brigand defender skill tree, right? I want to see the guild skill tree. I want to see, I want to see houses. I want to see freeholds. So it doesn't matter what they show. There's always going to be somebody who says, I wanted to see something different. I just want to reserve my name. You're probably not going to do your name reservation until beta, because if they're going to do a guild registration, it makes no sense to do the guild registration, the name reservation before they do the server registration. They're talking about mounts because people underestimate how important mounts will be. This game is huge. Yeah, I mean, you have your choice You have your choice between having a mount that goes 6.4 meters per second and 18 meters per second. Okay. Well, what do I care? Well, faster is better. Well, it depends. There's gonna be a lot of things going on. Let's see. I believe PvP will be a part of the game for getting and defending your stuff like houses or caravans. Do you think a player that doesn't like PvP or don't want to PvP will still enjoy the game? If you are the kind of player who will not PvP at all, ever, never, you will not PvP at all, you will not enjoy Ashes of Creation. You need to be willing to fight when the time comes to fight. If you're never willing to fight, you're not going to fight over your node, you're not going to fight to defend your stuff, you're not going to enjoy Ashes of Creation. You're simply not. You don't have to love PvP, and you don't have to go out of your way to find PvP, but you need to be ready to PvP when PvP comes and finds you. Alpha 1 is building the foundation for everything. It's like you want to know what the outside of the house will look like right now when the farming and drywall is going up. Yeah, exactly. You want to know, like, you want to know what the kitchen's going to look like when the countertops are installed, but they don't have the roof on yet. Well, the countertops aren't going to be installed until after the roof is on, after the sheetrock is up, generally after it's painted and, you know, the fixtures are in. I mean, the last 10% isn't the hardest, but the last 10% is where you really see the results. The first 90% of building a house is the hard work because it's the 90%. The last 10% is where a building becomes a home. You can have more than one mount in your inventory at a time, yes. And you can switch from land to water, yes. I view asking questions about systems within the game as asking about their blueprint, their design of the game. Asking the foreman where he's putting which girder just wastes time. Not necessarily. I mean, I kind of see where you're going with that. Asking answerable questions is good. Like, asking answerable questions is good, but don't ask them questions like, are you using paint DF or EF? Like, guys, come on. Asking them like big questions of what's the guild size? 300. Well, that answer was given when 500 versus 500 was the castle siege size. If they have to drop castle siege size down to 300 versus 300, I would expect guilds to drop down to 250. There's a lot of design decisions that have to be made before other design decisions can be made, and they've started making some of those design decisions now. They've started making some design decisions. The world is now flat. Gear is not breakable. Those are design decisions they needed to make. That lets me know they're progressing nicely, because they're starting to make. They're at the decision breakpoints. They're at the points of no return. All right, is the world going to be flat or is the world going to be round? We can no longer tease it. The world's going to be flat. Now that the world's going to be flat and there's going to be no world wrap, that allows other people to start making design decisions. Remember, most things are a domino effect. You got to knock down the first domino before you can knock down the second, and the fifth domino can't get knocked down until the first four go. I think the game is already looking somewhat pretty. Yeah, this current footage is older footage. I like to show this occasionally just so people can see the freehold concept. The freehold video they did, I don't think did the system justice. Not wanting to PvP in a PvX game is like trying to RP as those English monks in the Viking show. Overall, not a great ending. Will we be able to switch gear mid-raid or mid-dungeon? Yes. You can switch weapons in fight. You can switch gear between fights. As long as you PvP in the meaningful PvP like sieges, you'll be okay. Also, the caravan system is voluntary. Guild wars depends on you and your guild. Yes. Yeah, you can't switch in combat, but out of combat, yes. You can't switch. You can switch your weapon in combat, but it generates a global cooldown. The only thing that they need to show me is progress, as in more depth each time. Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is why we ask Jahlon. Yes. This is why we ask me. This is why you ask me, because I do nothing anymore except basically study Ashes of Creation have teeth die on me, and then you know, I will continue studying. Although I'm gonna tell you, as soon as the golden feather is over tonight, I'm gonna be pulling a Deadpool and I'm gonna be feeling good. This tooth is killing me today. You think they'll put certain water content on the outer edges of the map to make the periphery of the map more interesting? I fear that putting all the interesting water content between the continents for ease of accessibility. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to put all of the content in between the two continents. That would be bullshit. You are also the butler for your cats. You're a very good butler. I am the butler for my cats. Little furballs. Yeah, I'm the doorman. You can RP as a pacifist that would rather die than fight someone else. The map doesn't wrap around. The wraparound was nixed as of Wednesday. Let's see. Are you doing it now? Oh, you want to leave? Okay, go on. You're so quiet. You're so polite. The feral cat is the politest of the four. She doesn't whine. No, we're not gonna do that one. We're gonna do that one. One cool thing we found out is that boats are gonna be used in the node sieges now. They're gonna be used around the harbor objectives. If there's a harbor at the node, then you can use boats for offense and defense. That's kind of cool. If you've got a really badass boat, like I plan on having for my guild, have a really badass boat and you siege our harbor, what you might not realize is like the Black Pearl comes rolling out and you're like, oh shit, fuck, we forgot this is Jay's node. So Jay just wiped all the enemy ships and then goes up to the town, and then when they say, yeah, more ships are back, Jay runs back down to the harbor, pops out his boat. You probably already touched on this, but what did you think about the mounts? I think the mounts were all good. I think it was great to show off the mounts. I didn't really like how they showed off the mounts. I would have liked them to show off the land mounts on land and then walk to the water, and then you could have swam. But you also can realize that they're not pre-scripting a lot of that. So they're trying to give you spontaneous game footage. I know it's not what everybody wanted. You needed to see the water. You needed to see the water. People got to realize that that's the first pass on the water. First content expansion should add navies. They want to have the navy. Gotta go. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're not the bad one. So the naval content should be in before launch, only because we live on a map that has space. So you kind of need the naval content in at launch. If not at launch, then you need to have it in by the time, like you have to have it in very quickly afterwards. There will not be a free beta because they don't need to have a stress test. They already have at least 40,000 people, well more than 40,000 people, but they already have backers with alpha and beta. In 2018, they had 40,000 backers with alpha through beta, so they don't need to make an open beta. But what I will tell you is, as I grow as a content creator, getting those numbers up there, getting those metrics up there, I will have a limited number of beta keys to give away, and most of them will get given out through my Twitch. A portion of them will get given out through my YouTube. I find YouTube contests to be ones that are more exploited. I find cheaters in my YouTube contests. You can't really cheat. You can't really cheat the Twitch contests. Also because some people do that nonsense where they start bringing in a bunch of different Twitch accounts to try to stack their odds. That's why you have to say something within like 30 seconds, like 20 to 25 seconds, because you get stuck on the 30-second ad if you're just rolling the characters in. It's like, hey, you didn't say something. You really must not have wanted that key if I said you won and you couldn't say something in 30 seconds. Do you think boats will be limited, or could you sail up a large river like the Battle of Blackwater Suppose it depends on the map. Depends on the map, depends on the river, depends on the boat size. Probably bring up a solo boat or a party boat, but not a raid boat. I feel like areas towards the corner of the map are disadvantages if it doesn't wrap. Well, yeah, it doesn't wrap. I got myself a professional pumpkin carver to carve me a pumpkin for the A1 key. And you'll still lose. And now I have that recorded. So when you try to use your Ashes of Creation name, I'm just going to tell Margaret and Toast, he's cheating. He hired a carver. They'll give the key to your carver. Pay to win. Yeah. I'm definitely carving a pumpkin. Because I want swag. Because all I have is my old hat. I want the white cap. I have this one. I want the other one. Only because it's, you know, I'll be honest, if I won the other hat, I'd probably give it away. I'd probably give it away. Steven, I need merch. Steven, I need giveaway stuff. Could you imagine? Be like, Steven's got like, yeah, I got a box of t-shirts. I'll give like 5 to Jahlon so you can give them away. It'd be amazing. Let's see. You don't have to pay in order to... You don't have to pay in order for it to pay to win. I mean, if you pay... Oh, if he doesn't pay the pumpkin carver, then it's not pay to win. Speaking of pumpkins, if you have friends or loved ones that enjoy pumpkin spice coffee from coffee selling retail shops, tell them to make sure they are getting ethically sourced pumpkin spice. Spice poaching is a very serious issue and doesn't get enough coverage. I don't know if trolling or not. Didn't they mention that you can't use the escrow system? Seems like if they wanted more money, they would allow more merch for sale. Keep in mind, man, when it comes to merch, merch is a pain in the ass. Merch is a pain in the ass. You don't make a lot of money on merchandise. A lot of people are always like, they charged so much for the merchandise. What they did is they elected to have the merchandise run and sent to them, and then they self-distributed it. That isn't cheap. Because remember, if you have a staff member who spends their whole day doing the handling of the merchandise, they lost the day. Like, generally, a couple of ways that you do merchandise is like how I do it. The coffee cups. And I have t-shirts done, and I don't know why they're not showing up at the bottom. I broke it again. But I have like t-shirts and sweatshirts and stuff that just aren't showing up. But the coffee cup's there, so that's all that matters. But yeah, the coffee cup's expensive. I make like $2. Like if you buy a coffee cup from me, I make like $2. I want to use Stream Elements so I can make it so that I make 50 cents per coffee cup, so I can make the price cheaper. But you don't make a lot of money on merch. By the time you pay for the shipping, you know, you don't really make a lot of merchandise. You need to be selling a lot of it to have it be worthwhile to have a third-party vendor handling it. So the way they did it was they bought a bunch of merchandise. They obviously thought that they were going to go to more conventions. They could sell it in person at the conventions. That's where you make money, because you're not paying shipping and you're not paying handling. You're just paying an employee that's already at the convention. The only way to get into the alphas without having bought a pack is to win the contest for the pumpkin carving. EU shipping when? Yeah, I looked into that, and the shipping solution for EU is not cheap. Shipping overseas is not cheap. So yeah, that sucks. Couldn't you give rare materials to lower level players to force players to decide between a whole lot of corruption for good loot or pass on the loot to not get a large sum of corruption? Isn't this flawed? No. It's not. How's it flawed? Keep in mind that a player can only carry so much stuff. You can only fill your backpack with so much stuff. So, I mean, if you want... first of all, if you want to run rare materials on a low level player, you're assuming, number one, you're assuming that people are going to be killing everybody all the time on the off chance that they have rare materials. Number two, this is like the people, the dumbasses in EVE Online who move Plex in HiSec. You're assuming that I'm not going to take the corruption hit. If I know for a fact you're walking down the road and you have blood diamonds in your bag and they're really rare, you're assuming that the corruption scares me from killing one person one time to take your loot. If I know you have blood diamonds, I'm gonna kill the shit out of you. I'm gonna kill the shit out of you, and then I'm just gonna run off, right? Drop that shit off at my point of storage, and then go grind mobs until I work off my corruption. So yeah. Will it be possible to install mods or add-ons? If you install mods or add-ons, it's possible. I mean, you're gonna lose your account. You're gonna get hard banned, but I mean, you can do it. It's very difficult to stop people from doing it, but if you get caught doing it, say goodbye to your account. They're not gonna be developing any API or any hooks to make your life easy. So, I mean, if you want to. No, I mean, your statement's not flawed. Your perception is flawed. But also keep in mind that there are no cargo scanners, right? There's no cargo scanners. In EVE Online, those were funny as shit. You cargo scan people just to know what they had in their bag. But if I know you have if I watch your character mining blood diamonds, I'm gonna kill you. And I use blood diamonds as just a really rare thing. I don't know if there's blood diamonds in the game. But if I know you have them, and I know I can kill you, if I 100% know I can kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna take what I want. And then also keep in mind, if you die as a combatant, you lose half. If you die as a non-combatant, you lose 100%. Not 100% of what you have, but 100% of the loot drop. So say, and I don't know what the numbers are, but say that as a green, when you die, you drop 25% of your gatherables. So as a purple, you only drop 12.5%. That's gonna be a that's gonna be a consideration for whether or not you flag up to defend yourself. Like if I'm carrying corn, right? If I'm on my alt and I'm carrying corn's useless. I just happened to find it on the road, so I harvested it. And you kill me, fuck you, have your corruption. Take my corn. I don't care. But if I'm carrying like mithril, I'm gonna flag up to defend myself just so I drop half as much. So, yeah. Unobtainium, yes. You have dropped the unobtainium, and now you may not obtain the unobtainium because it is unobtainiumable. Unobtainiable? Unobtainiumable. That sounds like a corny plan. I know. There's more than corn in this plan. My damn cats. Hey, what are you doing, buddy? Come here. I want to see you. They like the producers. They like the producers. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? You guys are all being shy today. Nobody wants to talk. This is my buddy. He knows I got a toothache. He had a toothache. Was it earlier this year, Bubba? I think, yeah, earlier this year he had to have one of his fangs taken out. He broke the other one. He had to have his fang taken out. Okay, you can stay or you can leave. Do whatever you want. House King, yes. This is the prince. This is the younger brother. If you're currently holding legendary boss crafting materials, you best bring a merc escort party. If you're holding boss crafting materials, if you're holding legendary boss crafting materials, I would be interested to know where the hell is your guild escorting you. Like, if I down a legendary boss, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna send 2 or 3 of my rangers and rogues ahead to scout, and everybody else is gonna treat me like I'm the MD device in Ender's Game, and they're gonna just form rings upon rings, and we're just gonna walk as a massive herd. And then that's just gonna, well, we're not gonna walk, we're gonna we're gonna we're gonna ride. He just ninja looted from the guild, that's why he isn't with them. That's a bad. I mean, the only person who should be able to ninja loot in a game like Ashes is the guild leader, because why would loot not be on master looter? That way the guild leader gets it, and you don't have to stand there and do distribution at that moment, since very little of the gear is bound unless you're fighting a boss that drops a bound piece. GTFO, man, piece the fuck out. Run. If nothing is bound, then fucking run to your point of storage, right? Mount with a passive that increases other mount speeds around it by 15% would be cool. I mean, maybe. Random question. Most of the characters we've seen have had short or cropped hairstyles. Will there be long hairstyles with physics? Yes, there will. Keep in mind, it's crawl, walk, run. You got to get the hair looking like normal human hair first. Once you get hair that looks like normal human hair, you can start doing other stuff that stops the meshing, the mesh messing up. But yeah, there is. I'm hesitant to show this. Let me. Yeah, these aren't exactly like long. Yeah, there is. If you go to this page, you can see some of the hair. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a guy who is so infatuated by me. I don't give him a second thought until somebody, I don't ever give him a second thought until somebody PMs me some stupid shit that he did, but I'm living inside his head. That's the best feeling ever. That's the best feeling ever, when you know you have affected somebody so greatly that they're just obsessed with you. So, somebody just brought that up to my attention. And that is why we should not have AoE caps in PvP. Thank you for an actual bullseye. Yeah, I agree. What race do you think you'll start off as? Vec. I am the supreme leader of the Vec. I didn't name myself this. Dirty Puma named me the supreme leader of the Vec, and I was like, I guess I'm playing a Vec now. I was gonna play a Talnar until the dirty perverts of the Ashes of Creation community made the Talnar into like over-sexualized things. Am I making my own guild? Yes, of course I'm making my own guild. Ashes of Creation is the last guild I'm gonna be a guild leader in. This is my last time. Vec is the weeb orcs. Vec are the little tiny, they're the little tiny goblin gnome looking orcs, unfortunately. I'm waiting for more updated art on orcs. Steven, I need updated Vec concept art, please. Updated on that, please. Aisle 5. Top tasker, chop chop. Updated concept art. He could have given it to me for my birthday. The jerk. He forgot about my birthday. I didn't forget about his birthday. Margaret didn't forget about my birthday. Steven did. What a jerk. The smart orcs. Yes, that's the deal. They are the smart orcs. Still gonna be a Talnar. Yeah. I mean, hashtag Insect Talnar. I think Insect Talnar would be amazing. When are you going to be recruiting your guild members? I don't really have a plan for that yet, because I need to get into Alpha 1, because I need to know what I need. I need to get in there. So yeah, the recruitment process for my guild includes questions such as, did you wet the bed after you saw Jurassic Park? Orcs or orcs? Yeah. Renkai and Vec. One concept shows them tall and the other shows them short. The tall ones are the Renkai. The short ones are the Vec. Do I not have a Discord? Discord. If only there was stuff underneath the channel that said like social and had the Discord. So, you know, you still haven't seen the original Jurassic Park. Wow. In the concept shop, they show a tall Vec. Oh yeah. I remember the one with the feathered serpent thing, Mabobber. Yeah, let me see if I can grab that real quick. Where is that one? Which one was that? I don't remember. I don't remember which one that was in. Was that the Magistrate of the Sands? No, that can't be the Magistrate. Oh, the Scryer of the Ebon Skies, I believe. Nope. Which month was it? What do you think about the most recent teasered mount out of 10? I don't like the new mount. I'll be honest, I do not like the new mount. I do not like it because I don't like the legs. I don't like anything I don't like anything that has like little stick I don't like little stick like leg things. But I mean the artwork looks cool. I am interested to see the rest of it. Every December they usually, or December, every October every October they do darker cosmetics, so I am waiting to see the rest of them. If Stufferton was a 9 out of 10, how much would that make the horse? Well, it would automatically make the horse an 18 out of 10 because Stufferton is an abomination. Stufferton is, until I see the Stufferton in-game content or in-game cosmetic, Stufferton is a fucking abomination that never needs to come out of concept and development. They should just refund everybody their money for Stufferton. Stufferton shouldn't exist. Stufferton is an abomination. It's like Underworld, and when you cross a vampire with you know, a werewolf, a lichen, that you get an abomination. That's a Stufferton. Without Stufferton we wouldn't have Sufferton. I agree with you there. I do agree with you there. Without Stufferton we wouldn't have, oh my lord, that's a little off-sized. Without Stufferton you couldn't have an Undying Creation by a Mist. Her artwork is amazing. Yeah, I see somebody hit the charity tooltip. I will say I'm very proud of my community. I told my community today that I would do dollar for dollar matching on the first $100 worth of donations today for the show, and we, within just a couple of minutes at the beginning of the show today, we raised $320 for charity, which means a lot to me. Means a whole lot to me. I did as soon as Grumpy Old Man dropped his 100, I dropped 100, and Serenray dropped 100, and then a couple other people, I mean, dropped a couple of bucks here and there. I appreciate that. Operation Supply Drop is a great group of supporters, and of course my Stream Deck stops working again. So I gotta, if they don't get through to me, I'm just gonna contact Amazon and return it, and be like, look, it doesn't work. Yeah, this thing is ridiculous, man. I'm all about Elgato products, but either this one is defective or I'm defective, and I don't know why. I don't know why, but it works and then it stops working during the show, and it's set to not turn off. I mean, I did check. What does the charity do? The charity supports deployed men and women in the United States Armed Forces, trying to get them like morale stuff downrange. It's kind of shit when you're deployed and you have nothing. You have nothing to do, no pastimes. Not everywhere. Like there are some deployments that are pretty cush, where there's fun stuff to do. Like I remember, like I'm not even gonna joke. before going to IUD'd. Oh, there we go. Oh, and somebody else did $100. I appreciate that. Look at you go. Yeah, I remember, oh, say less. Okay, I can say less. There we go. Anyway, guys, if you didn't check it out this week, Your Brother is Army? Yeah. Somebody said to me the big thing about Operation Supply Drop is when they get Girl Scout cookies to the infantry. That made me smile. All right, guys. I did tell you at the beginning of the show, I'm going to be on the Golden Feather again tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Let me drop out here. I'm going to be on the Golden Feather again tonight with Chibi Bree and DJ Vertec. I like their show. This was the show I was supposed to be on. A couple of weeks ago, I was on their show to help them fill a vacancy, and then I've told them if they ever have a last minute, if they ever have a last minute cancellation, they can call me. But this is the show they wanted me on, so I'll be there in 2 hours over on the Golden Feather. So make sure you check them out. I did put a video out. I just linked it in the chat. If you missed the recap video from Wednesday, I will be putting out less videos. If Intrepid puts out content on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, I won't release a weekly video that week. I will focus on that. I will do a live stream, or not a live stream. I will do a creative director recap letter when I get home. Remember, next week, I'm not here Friday or Saturday. It's an Ashes talk show. Yeah. The Golden Feather is one of the Ashes podcasts. They're a good group of, they're a good pair. They used to do Ashes Party of 5, and they dropped down to just Vertec and Chibi Bree. With that said, let me grab the contest one more time. If you guys do not have your alpha key and you're trying to get into alpha, the Glorious Gourd contest returns. It is pumpkin carving and virtual pumpkin carving, so you can try to take part in that. With that said, yeah, you made it at the end, sadly. You did make it at the end. If you look down below this wonderful face, you will see I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So I will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. So I'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We're going to talk much of the same stuff we talked about today, but bring your questions. Send your new guild members or your guild members in the game you're currently playing if they have questions about Ashes. Don't take your time to answer all their stuff for them. Just send them to me. Send them to Ashes 101. We are not raiding because I don't generally raid. My community has asked me in the past to not raid. Besides, the only other person up is Bustin'. So if you guys are fans of Bustin', go over to see Bustin'. Some of the people don't like me raiding them over. I always raid them over to Ashes of Creation because Ashes of Creation doesn't raid them out of there. But I'll be back in 2 hours. Going to talk more Ashes of Creation. I'll be back tomorrow. And then if this is the first time you have encountered Ashes of Creation, make sure to sign up. Okay. Apparently my bot doesn't want me to do the referral thing. So because it's right there. It has been up in the last couple of minutes automatically. So if you haven't signed up for Ashes yet, and I'm your first interaction with that, welcome to the community. I do run a Discord. You can come in, get all of your questions answered. Sign up for Ashes of Creation. It is an affiliate link. It generates money for the things like this. It was my birthday bash box. We didn't fill it. I screwed up the math. Make sure you donate your Paradox points to the birthday box. I'm going to extend it again. I'll keep extending it till we fill it. And then after that, I'll start setting reasonable actual goals. You guys take care. I will see you in 2 hours over on the Golden Feather.